Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength.
What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a lovely Tuesday morning and we have enough pack to keep you going this morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa and of course with me on the show this morning.
I am Destiny Mama. Good morning.
Good morning with the prince again. What prince is this?
That's
No, this is not animal print. It's just print.
That you were going to come on today, so I wanted to compliment you. Doing a little bit different.
Now you will always come with prince. Anyway, how was your weekend? Because I'm actually just seeing you this week.
Yeah. It was a good weekend. It was kind of restful until yesterday coming to work. We started in the Cape Expressway already, so somewhere around the way for just on one side, I think, from Chevron. So it just actually tilted me into the week to say, get ready to come out more early, so you avoid, the gridlock, so to speak. But then again, we thank God for the coastal road because a whole lot of people will apply that part to also
It's really
ease off
things for people.
Exactly.
And one thing about the traffic situation in Lagos, I think there's a way it just puts in this sense of discipline in Lagosian. Like you get up early. Someone might say, "Oh, maybe this is us normalizing suffering or what's it called?" But I think there's a way it just tunes your mind to say you need to wake up by this time. If not, you're going to be in this. You need to,
it's not
just do the calculation.
It's not about normalizing suffering. It's about easing things for yourself, because, waking up and leaving where you are, you can always get to where you want to get to and still get some rest, before, you start the itinerary for today.
Yeah,
so
actually.
I think it's just all about helping you plan better. If you do not understand how it works in Lagos, you're definitely going to get stuck.
And if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Like
exactly.
Well, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Starting off with Naira gaining as reserves reach 8-year high of $46 billion. These are our headlines this morning. Again, NNPC Chevron eye 146,000 barrels per day after oil discovery. I must say that one is quite exciting. And Governor Yusuf rejoins APC, says move will end Kano's political isolation. And in Mali takes 51% stake in China-backed local explosives venture. Those are some of the headlines that we have this morning. Which of these headlines is getting your attention?
I just do not want to leave the Naira part. It's something to, actually commend. But then again, you all know where our interest will be, which is the oil sector, NNPC and Chevron, doing stuff. Now, if it is actually, this much, and if it's actually happening like this as a result of the discovery, then we do not have to worry about a whole lot anymore, because things would definitely, come to play in the way that people are expecting.
We should be talking about a land flowing with milk and honey.
And we also should be seeing reduction in the price of fuel as well. What do you think?
I absolutely think so. That's why I said we should be talking about a land flowing with milk and honey, because if we have oil, which happens to be one of our not easily our biggest export, and it powers so many things. It powers it powers our vehicles, it powers generators, it powers so many things. So this means that we're going to be pushing industry, like the industries in Nigeria will be when you have oil in circulation, then you can produce more. Exactly. And when you are producing more, that means inflation should drop, and also prices should also drop. So we should be talking about a land flowing with milk and honey. We're talking about that. So 146,000 barrels per day.
Something to
NNPC and Chevron.
Something to celebrate.
Dangote refinery.
Yes, doing so much too.
There's a lot to actually celebrate. We hope that actually comes.
And we should also give thanks to, actually commend Dangote Refinery for the effort they are putting, and because they are not relenting. Do you understand? Even in distribution, they are not relenting. So that's why these guys should be on their toes to actually, bring about positivity, you understand, so that not just Dangote receiving this praise, the praise should also be shared to them. They should also collect a large chunk of it as well.
Yeah. And in Mali, I think this one's exciting. Just before we go to Mali, Governor Yusuf is rejoining APC. It says this move will end Kanu's political isolation. Now, that's also on the back of the defections that we continue to see.
We've already started celebrating, Kanu has started celebrating, this move since last week. And then seeing that it has already started taking effect this week. And him saying that it will bring about, it will actually cover up, the political isolation in Kanu, should be, something that they know about in the state. You understand? We know that Kanu is actually a big state. It's a state that actually rings a bell in the northern region in the country. And so if a lot of important political heavyweights are coming from there, and then this decision is being taken, and then they are seeing that it will actually close a lot of gap, then they should be the better for it.
And finally, in Mali is taking 51% stake in China-backed local explosives venture. Now we're talking about creating local explosives now. When we're talking explosives, war is certainly a way of the world. We're talking about
disagreements here and there.
Yes, between states, between nations, and all of that. And it's always one place to put investment in, whether we like it or not.
So just prepare for anything can happen. You cannot say that you're not prepared for the worst. A nation is supposed to be prepared for the worst. That's why China are always we know that they are one of the world powers that actually ring a bell because of they prepare for such things, and they're also helping other nations. Now, if Mali is going to be, taking part of this responsibility, then it is a plus for Africa. What do you think? Because hearing that Mali is going to be doing something like this, taking this chunk of a percentage from China,
51%.
Wow! It should be something to celebrate. I want to see the end of it. We want to encourage this move, right?
For other African countries.
Exactly, because this is going to put Africa on the map and actually make them know that something is happening in Africa that they in the Western world should be afraid of.
Absolutely. We'll take a quick break right now. I'll be right back for the newspaper review in a bit. Do stay with us.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating on the Petroleum Mining Leases 53.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do
to earn 30,000 naira a month. If I can sell 1 truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You're still watching the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. This is the news review segment where we check out some of the stories on the front page of the national dailies this morning. Of course, we have in the studio with us this morning, we have our in-house analyst, Mohammed Akonchi.
Good morning.
Welcome to the show.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Good morning. Good morning.
Always a delight to have
Thank
you.
you very much, Father. I think I couldn't be here yesterday, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I got stuck in traffic.
Yeah,
I
the
understand.
Lagos traffic has started building again. Maybe it's been a very long while I've seen that.
So you might need to leave very earlier. That's what myself and Destiny were speaking about.
Exactly.
Because I left home yesterday, 6 o'clock. So that has been a trend, and in the last 2 months, and I usually get here on time. So I did same yesterday. In fact, because normally, as Muslims have to pray in the morning, because I was late already, I was 6 o'clock at the terminal. I have to pray inside the bus. It was inside that long
How did you do it? Did you do?
Yeah, you're allowed to be able to do that.
So you can spread your mat?
Just sit and then you can.
Exactly. So just quick before we go into the paper, because I'm always curious, because so you guys can actually do that, because we find Muslims always, it's like they have to spread that mat regardless of the situation and all of that. So you can actually sit down.
The best of them is It's not necessary. So there are things here, for example, as Muslims. Now, for you to pray first of all, remember you need to be able to do ablution. I know you see people do ablution.
Yeah.
Now, when there are situations, you're allowed to use sand to do that instead of water.
Okay.
Let's say there is water scarcity, or you are just in a place where the only water available is what you're going to drink. God said, drink that water and use ablution or dust or anything that's natural. Do the ablution. At the same time, if you're on a journey, you're traveling, because the time for prayer is actually within a particular time. You're expected to do it. So once you see that, the time is actually there, you're allowed to pray that place that you are in the bus.
So you don't do ablution then?
No, that's what I'm saying. You just want to use the dust. Maybe the dust that's.
What if there's no dust there?
So imagine the dust around the window itself is enough.
What if you're not by the window? What if you're not in where there's dust? If you're on a plane?
If you have stone, even if it can just be sand.
Natural.
If you're on a plane?
Natural. Yeah, on a plane. The sand that I actually be able to have on the grave, I just be able to take it. Use it to be able to perform what is called sand ablution, tayammum. And you do that, and then you pray. Because it is, what I'm saying there is, God said the time for those 5 daily prayers, they have their specific time. You're expected to do them within that time range.
What if you miss the time?
That's what I'm saying. So the only condition where I'm able to meet them are just 3 occasions.
What?
If you slept off.
Okay.
That time you slept off. Every time you wake up, you're allowed to do it then.
Okay.
Second time is maybe the person lost his sanity.
Okay.
The period of sanity. It happens to people like that. That period, yes, you're expected. And then maybe death. Even on a sick bed, you're expected to say on a sick bed. Those are the 3 cases. So, but if somebody slept,
but then also women can be off salat.
Thank you very much.
Are you
For
serious?
women,
Oh my God.
women, during their menstrual
I just
cycle.
like the fact that Islam, right? It's a very disciplined religion, and you just find those of you practicing it how disciplined you are, and
It teaches
they don't.
discipline.
They do not let business, money, or anything fun spoil that moment.
So what is expected there is, in fact, whenever they want to call that prayer, what the person will first of all say is to say that prayer. You say 2 things. One,
what's that?
The time that God said you should make this prayer is a specific time.
Okay.
It's not your own time. To say when I get home, I'll combine everything. That's the first thing you say.
Wow.
Because like I'm in business at the moment. When I get home, I'll go and combine everything. And even the combination of everything is what will be so big in the sight of God. No. So you have to say that. Like, oh, this prayer that you're expected to make.
Is that the Allahu Akbar?
No. You say, inna salat kanat alal mu'min.
Okay, all right. Let's go into the paper this morning.
I don't say, please.
We've done it a religious.
So that's just like what Destiny said. You don't say because you are in business, you're doing those. In fact, at that point in time, it's expected that you say. Otherwise, there is no blessing in whatever thing you are doing when it's time for that.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Sacrifice.
Yes. So that's why you have to
you gain it.
and you need to go there. By the time you finish, maybe 5-10 minutes, you return back to whatever.
All right, let's see what we have on the front page of Business Day paper. Thank you for the enlightenment. We start off with the Business Day paper, of course, this morning, and the biggest story this morning on the front page says Nigeria caught in borrowing web as deficit surges at 9.84% in 11 years. That's on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. Again, on page 6, the military named 16 officers involved in alleged coup plot against Tinubu. Still on the front page of the Business Day paper. And on page 30, it says these 40 stocks could shape Nigeria's next big rally. This is for those people who want to invest in stocks. And on page 30, it says $20 billion Bonga revival offers lifeline to 5 idle oil assets. And in the world of energy, oil and gas, it says 5.3 million unmetered customers trapped in disco FG standoff. That's in the world of in the energy sector this morning. But we'll start off, of course, with a big one here, talking about Nigeria caught in borrowing web as deficit surges at 9.84% in 11 years. So I did watch an interview with the finance and coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, yesterday when he was at Davos, and he was being interviewed, and we talked about this budget deficit, and then he said that what he had said at the Nigeria Economic Summit Growth Outlook, where we are talking about us having stabilized and we're consolidating gains now. So when the interviewer spoke about the budget deficit and how this might affect us, he still was insistent on the fact that we're consolidating gains now, and he said that this budget deficit, yes, is on paper, Now,
Because
those
it's
are
not
his
a bad
words.
group.
So
those
put
are his
that
words.
being on paper.
No, so I
shows
think
that-
what say being on paper?
Yeah.
Maybe so that we will, because I know some positions of these. When you say being on paper is, there were what we refer to as unencumbered debts. I don't know, maybe I'm not going to go to technical. If you remember what he said there, part of what was accumulated to this was things that happened during Buhari's administration.
Okay.
There was a case, if you remember very well, of ways and means.
Okay,
The ways
yeah.
and means there.
Ways and means.
So this is what they do there in Dubai is whenever there is a deficit, government is in need of money. Ways and means is just like the last resort. The government cannot borrow again. The government cannot get any money. What they would do is not go to central bank to print money. Printing money, it's like saying Leeds need 10 million naira. Just go to central bank. It is not a good economic measure anyway.
At all.
It just
Bring
means that
about
it is
inflation.
It doesn't help. What is inflation are going to be able to like? So because there should be ways where there are terminologies in economic terms saying all right. So when you want to print money, the cost of printing money, for example, there's a cost to it. I'm sure you know that. To print 100 naira at a time in Nigeria, it costs like about 23 naira to print one. So imagine now being able to print hundreds or millions of 100 naira. You can imagine the cost. So what Emefiele was doing there was that thing called ways and means. The ways and means go up to close to 30 trillion naira of Nigeria's economy. 30 trillion. So it is simply the governors just go to Buhari. And in fact, one of the ministers, one of the state governors there, governor of Edo State, Obaseki, complained about that the CBN is just deliberately printing money. Now, those are things they added to the debt now. The federal government is actually saying the debt is about 184 trillion naira.
Wow.
But 60% of those were what they inherited from previous administration and those debts. Now, that's why I'm saying that on paper they're talking about there is not what there are certain inheritances, some of those debts. But at the same time, and he mentioned something at the NESG, thank God you attribute to that before Davos. But the fact that this year, consolidating the gains, they are going to be able to win off from foreign borrowings.
Okay.
Because this borrowing comprises of two things, don't forget, it's foreign and local. There's a local debt that you borrow from locally. There are people, yourself can be able to borrow government funds through federal government bonds. That is where you grow government money. You can buy bonds from government, just like you buy shares in companies. You are giving money to the government as funds. So they are going to be able to look inward this year because the economy is stabilizing and exchange rate is normalizing. Investors, one way, are looking at Nigeria as a way to be able to invest. But the federal government particularly are trying to see how can we look inward. Now, and that's the problem. The federal government mentioned about that in economics, we believe that, okay, maybe that's my school of thought as a behavioral economist. Interest rate is inimical to growth.
Okay.
Inimical.
When you say inimical, what's that?
Dangerous to growth. I don't want to
Okay.
mention that. But Obasanjo mentioned something during his time. And that was a very, very powerful poser. He said, we borrowed 100 naira. It's a 1,000 naira. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about quoting. He said, we borrowed 1,000 naira from World Bank or Paris Club. You have paid back 2,000 naira. Look at that. And you are still owing 5,000 naira. Can you explain that to me? Please, maybe I should take it again. I borrowed 1,000 naira from Liz.
Okay.
1,000 naira. I have paid 2,000 naira back to her. And I'm still owing her 5,000 naira.
Why am I still owing
That's just the question.
Yeah.
That is the interest.
Okay.
What accumulated to that level is the interest. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I'm saying. Remember, I borrowed 1,000.
And that's why it's dangerous to
That's
grow.
why it's dangerous to grow.
It's very
It's what I
dangerous.
borrowed was even 1,000 naira. I have paid her back 2,000 naira.
And you're
And
still
my
owing.
record is still showing I'm still owing 5,000 naira.
And that's why this borrowing web is a problem
That's
then,
why
is
it's
it
only,
not?
no, I know. That's what I'm saying. Interest itself. And that's why sometimes, as much as possible, borrowing is not the problem itself. I think it's the interest that accumulates on
That
it.
accumulates.
Because the
Because you're
debt
still everything
service
with debt.
is servicing
Yeah.
it every year. So the interest itself would even be more than times 10.
That is, if
It's
you don't
7
meet up,
X of what?
if you do not meet up the point at which you're supposed to pay back,
But in fact,
so
it's
it just
long-term
keeps
loans and
accumulating.
I'm very worried because we're not talking. Have you seen the figures? We're not talking about 100%
It's
increase.
1,000% increase.
984%. That's almost 1,000% increase. Moving from 1.48 trillion to 15.52 trillion.
massive.
So what I'm saying here is this is still just a segment of the total. In fact, the actual total debt, according to the Minister of Finance, where it's actually domiciled, they're owing at 64 trillion naira. But it's like, to them now, what they're saying is 60% of that money was as a result of ways and means.
Wow.
There are unencumbered exchange rate adjustments that happen. Remember when we moved away from the exchange rate liberalization that was done, floating of the exchange rate or modification, 60% of the total accumulated there is as a result of those two things, ways and means. and the adjustment that happened to in exchange rate between 2024 and 2025 was not accounted for it. And that's what I was talking about the paper you were saying. That is as a result of this, it's not as if they are going to borrow the money.
Yeah.
It's that a lot of those adjustments that came from those two things.
From
the
what and what?
ways and means.
Okay,
ways and means. And the adjustment as a result of exchange rate adjustments.
Okay, so how are we going to sort out this?
So that's why we're talking about consolidation of the gains.
Okay.
One, we ensure that what is actually accumulating more towards that debt are the foreign debt. The government is trying to win itself away from that. We have less focus on foreign debt, more on the local. In the local, there are two of them. We can buy government bond for those that want interest. There are sukuk bond, which is interest free. You saw what they call sukuk. Those are what some Muslims buy. So when you buy sukuk bond, you are not getting interest. You are just sharing in profit. So once they finish Coastal Road now, part of the Coastal Road, the phase 2 there is based on sukuk. There are certain, you will see some will tell you this road from here to here is sukuk road, and you see them because that's a where. So for me that said I don't want the other bond, don't use my money for interest, I use my money for profit. It will tell you. So any profits coming from there, maybe they are selling it, the government is getting money from that, they declare it, that is where they get their share. So for example, the Muslims now, you share in profits, but you don't deal in interest.
Okay, all right, let's move on to the next headline. Military. Firstly, we'll probably talk about this one in the other papers, but 5.3 million unmetered customers being trapped in this federal government standard.
Out of their, I don't know whether I say out of their blessings of heart, what do you
magnanimity
of heart, said that henceforth from February, meters will be free.
Wow.
To Nigeria. That was what is
But is that going to be reality? How sustainable is it?
That's I think the face of it not happening because the discourse that say no, we are using money to import this thing.
Wow.
So how that will stay? That's the Ministry of Power.
No pay.
How it will now be able to happen? That's what the face of you are saying.
Federal government should pay the discourse.
So at the time, remember they started that during Pashola's time. When Pashola was the Minister of Power, there were free metering schemes then. In fact, some people on the mainland, because I have spoken to like 2, 3, 4
enjoyed that.
They enjoyed that free meter. Wow. But because it could not go around, you have to stop that policy to ensure that if you need meter, go and get them. At the same time, do not give bills to unmetered customers because it's a way of exploiting them. It generated a whole lot of fracas, a lot of issues in Nigeria that unmetered customers should not be given bills. So I think they went to court, they won. I'm thinking about the discourse themselves. They got some winnings as a result of that, which is what helped them. Amazing. Now, the federal government felt like now, because they are now manufacturing those meters locally, they are now local manufacturers that are doing them. I remember I was trying to get one for our mosque. That was last week. I just did that last week. I want to get a one-face meter. And I was marveled. The one I got from my, let me just maybe a YouTube bit of an explanation. When I packed it, I think I had about 7 years in my house now. Okay. Like the first tenant there.
That's no longer new.
No, I just want to say, no, they want to get a meter there. Yeah. Well, a lot of people didn't know about it. So the other tenant I know, the other flatmate there, insisted that they should not connect directly. Like, you want a meter. We met her there. So when we got there, the landlord was not saying. So they told us, okay, if you can do it and then we can use it, I mean, we can pay for it. The subsequent rent will do that. So what we say is, then we got 3-phase meter for 93,000. Then maybe there's only one. But now I remember last week when I was checking, I got like about 10 manufacturers. You have the liberty to choose. You just have them. Now, quite expensive for 1 meter. Now, a 1-phase meter now is about 128,000.
Yeah, that's expensive. How many people can afford
that? 3-phase there, we got it for 93,000. Now it's about 120,000. And if you want the 3-phase now, it's about 270,000, including VAT.
Wow.
Yes. So maybe that's what government is also looking at. How will people, and we don't want to be able to give bills to unmetered customers because it actually causes a lot of problems. So now the face off started since last week. It's a serious stand-up. They are saying they cannot do it. The federal government is mandating to the Ministry of Power, but that is the way to go.
That's the
way. But the question is just what Dipo, our energy analyst, reported that maybe a lot of unmetered customers will still be at the mercy because if they cannot afford it, the next thing now will be what can be done. The government will pay for it, but at the same time, government is having a lot of issues. To pay for that 5 and 3, I'm telling you about one now for a 1-phase meter. They sell 2 of them, either a 1-phase or a 3-phase. A 1-phase is about 130,000. A 3-phase is about 300,000 naira. How many people can be able to afford that? Can the government also be able to show that the burden? That's another thing to learn.
That's a story for another day.
Exactly. Right. I think the 40 stocks. I think we are, and that's why actually was like our people here. Amazing. They've actually been on this story about how people actually be able to invest. So I think it's Mr. Yanya as well. Talking about 40 stocks to look into. I think we have able to mention some here as well. There are some I'm looking into Maybe can we talk about them here?
I think we just read more on the stories
on
www.businessday.ng. There are a number of stuff, and we also have done a segment, of course, on the behind the headlines where we had our financial market correspondent David Olujimi, who spoke about. I think that video is about 2,000 views now, and really insightful conversation in terms of the stocks to look out for. So you should definitely look out for. If you're not following our YouTube page, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe to BusinessDay.ng. Subscribe, and then you'd also see you can watch all of this. And talking about the premium as well, we have www.businessdaypremium.ng. Premium.businessday.ng. That's where you find the premium stories that you will not find anywhere else. And we're going at a discount right now. Let's see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard this morning.
All right, on the front page of the Vanguard this morning, we have a CBN upgrades OPay, MoneyPoint orders 2 national licenses. And here says a UK property scandal. AGF takes over ICPC's case against Jose Comer. And from here says, talking about 2027 election, Tinubu's running mate, APC dismisses speculations over Shetima's replacement. You find out on page 9 of the Vanguard newspaper. And from page 15 of the Vanguard newspaper says that when bulldozers rumbled in Makoko, still trending, and Makoko story still trending, claims of 100-meter demolition from power line and excuse, and that's according to residents of the Makoko community. Another big story here on the Vanguard newspaper says that coup, 16 indicted officers to face court-martial. 16 indicted officers to face court-martial, and that's from the defense headquarters. It says that panel will ensure fairness and due process. Panel will ensure fairness as well as due process. And from here, we're seeing placards, protests by workers in the wines and spirits sector intensifying against the ban on alcoholic beverages in sachet as it enters day 2 at NAFDAC office in Lagos. Now from here says 15 million Nigerians use hard drugs, and that's according to Marwa. I think that's
one Nigerian
hard drugs. Director General.
Yes, I think more Nigerians use drugs.
Yeah,
I think this is very, very conservative. Maybe more than that.
Exactly.
You have records anyway.
And then from here says that my defection is in interest of Kano people, and that's from the governor of Kano State, Governor Yusuf. You find that on page 28 of the Vanguard newspaper. And right here, the downside of the Vanguard newspaper says that gunmen abduct 26 in Zamfara communities. Gunmen abduct 26 in Zamfara communities, set shops ablaze. And this is because of tensions in Ondo community as gunmen abduct proprietors and shoot 3 orders. You find out on page 6 and 7 of the Vanguard newspaper. And coming right down says a 13% derivation. FG plots coordinates 4 new disputed oil fields. 13% derivation. Federal government plots coordinates for new disputed oil fields. You find out on page 19 on the Vanguard newspaper. And Adeleke says Osun local government tenure elongation is illegal and undemocratic. Osun local government tenure elongation illegal and undemocratic, and that's by Governor Adeleke. Find it on page 10 of the Vanguard newspaper. And from sports, there says the Super Eagles NSC confirms contract extension talks with Chile, and that's he meets with the NFF on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Thank you. Okay, I can just go to jump on that.
We should start with the one with of the coup.
The 16 indicted officers.
I was about to take that as a big story,
Yeah.
but I just want to really mention some like few seconds. The CBN upgrade, so maybe for many Nigerians now, so OPay, MoneyPoint, Kuda have not been licensed to operate nationally.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So what does that mean?
So that means that one, they must have a fiscal office now.
Oh, wow.
Where they can
okay.
lodge complaints. You have to pay their licenses yesterday.
Okay, wow.
Audio
They would have
keys,
paid. They would have paid.
And then the minimum is you must be 5 billion naira minimum capital requirement for them to operate.
Oh, wow.
So CBN just upgrade their license.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So the OPAs, the CUDAs. So yesterday the CBN released that they have not been allowed to operate
That's a big
nationally,
one.
but they must have a fiscal office.
But does that mean they're now operating as traditional banks?
Yes, like a microfinance bank actually.
Oh, like a
microfinance.
Not the commercial bank like.
Oh,
to operate a microfinance bank in Nigeria, you need 5 billion
capital.
Capital.
So it means that they will still be doing the services they do,
Oh,
like
yes, of course.
giving loans to people, because that's what microfinance banks are known
so they should be able
for.
to do that now, and then have a fiscal office
Okay.
where complaints can actually be attended to, or like the usual fintech model that we're.
I think that's like giving more jobs to people as well. So yeah, employment will actually be
driven as a result.
Exactly.
So that's why I want to talk about that. Then Ozekome, I mean, the case has been in the light of the storm. But there was a forged property document in London.
Oh, wow.
He was a former lawyer to Atiku Abubakar, a very popular lawyer.
And a son.
And the son is like Ozekome. So ICPC, in fact, the Ministry of Justice has taken over the case yesterday to prosecute him. We'll go to the court and we're going to have his days in court. Also, the case about the vice presidency.
Exactly.
The presidency is trying to. Like, in fact, there was a force from the US that the US actually forced the president to drop Shettima and pick a Christian vice president for 2027.
Oh, okay.
But APC came out yesterday to say there is no truth in that. The report has been flying around. Now, one of the agreements that we had with in the US-Nigeria joint military cooperation is that this Muslim ticket should be dropped.
But I'm not even really seeing a whole lot of mutual understanding between the president and his vice president. The mutuality, I do not really see. I don't know if it is something they hide, but then I don't see any conflict, and I also do not see any mutuality as well.
There's no conflict, but I think there is actually a mutual respect and cooperation.
Well,
if you say so. The president was actually flying to Turkey. For example, the president didn't go to Davos. The president sent him to go to Davos because there are some deals we were actually signing here, and there were 4 of those particular deals. And he's going to Turkey because Egypt was just arriving. Davos ended on Friday. He came back on Sunday, and he was also there together with Wike. When we're talking about we were chasing Wike, for example, Wike was actually going there to pay the president goodbye to Turkey around 3:30 p.m. yesterday. And the president was actually, the vice president also went to Kano State to welcome Governor Abba Yusuf. But the president cannot go there. The report yesterday morning was that the president is going to Kano in the morning. I will now fly from Kano to Turkey. Then it was the vice president that went there to welcome all those. You can see that it was an entourage. It was a behemoth in Kano yesterday when he started welcoming Abba Yusuf, the governor himself, all the House of Assembly members, all the commissioners as well, and I think 9 of the lawmakers, now national lawmakers, are also from Kano State. So it was the vice president that went there, and he was actually saying, "Okay, I was actually here to represent the president." So that I felt that there's an element of neutrality in that. But the report has actually been flying around, which I felt, from my own personal opinion, yes, he should be able to pick a Christian to run together with. Okay. But the APC is actually dismissing that speculation now. He should do that for 2027. So one of the arguments about this Christian genocide, but as a result, I think there was one I watched on Piers Morgan's show, and the woman they brought there from Canada was actually saying it is a country where the president and vice president are both both Muslims. So optics is very important. The optics are putting out. So when we look at you, it's very important too. But APC has said maybe they are dismissing the speculations now, and surely time will tell. But there are rumors that are actually forming out there that by 2027 the president may drop the vice president and perhaps opt for a Christian vice president.
There'll be a whole lot of compensation there. There'll be a whole lot of compensation for that to happen, trust me.
So, and I think the last one I want you to mention there, Makoko, I think Destiny did your amazing story.
The story on the
definitely
from us as well.
Should look out for that report. It's really amazing report. Shout out to Destiny on that one. I enjoyed that report.
So you talk about the coup, the main one. The coup eventually came to light, and the name of those people, the 16 soldiers. In fact, there are naval officers amongst them. Many of them are naval officers.
Naval officers and soldiers are all military.
They're all military. Air Force as well. So the 16 names, but some of the surprising thing about the list, as I said, is just 3 things for me. One, everyone on that list, they were from the north.
Wow.
So is it another coup? Okay, something. All of them. There's no South Africa. You just be internal color Dauda, so. This one, Abdullah. You want to like. what is actually happening? Is it like a north against the south or something? No single southern that they are 16. The second is the fact that denial in the first place. Don't forget that this was actually denied. This case happened in September last year. We're expecting the presidential speech on October 1 last year. And in the dying minute, just heard that it has been cancelled. Now, some media houses reported it that it was actually a result of a coup attempt.
Wow.
There was a coup attempt on the president's life. And that was why it was actually cancelled, even though it was debunked immediately. But the new director of communications at the Nigerian military was the one who released this statement yesterday that investigation has been concluded and the 16 officers were actually indicted and they'll be court-martialed. And when they're court-martialed, the next thing that happens is death. Is a death sentence in the military.
Oh my God. But then for the fact that now we're not in a military system of government,
So
we're actually practicing democracy, are there going to be steps and measures that will be taken to actually, tame down whatever punishment that's going to come from this?
Maybe we can't be able to temper the justice with mercy. I think our producer was mentioning that in the news before we come into the studio about tempering. But remember that these are military officers.
Okay.
They will be tried under their military rule.
Oh, okay.
That's the court-martial thing. They are not taking them to court. They are going to be tried by the military committee, the defense committee, the committee will try them. Yeah. The committee has actually been set up now, and the report has actually been found wanting against them.
Right.
So court-martial is a military punishment.
True.
And once they are court-martial like that, of course, the resultant thing is they send them to firing squad or something.
Okay.
But of course, just like they cannot temper justice with mercy. That can be out of the magnanimity of heart, or the grace of heart, maybe of the president. Because the report there yesterday from Vanguard was that the report was actually sent to the president yesterday. The president said, you people should take the action yourself.
Oh,
this is within the
he gave them the mandate.
Yes, he said he returned it back to the military. Of course, these are your people. These are within your hands.
You should know the best practice with which to take care of.
Maybe I never saw the Kano big story there of the defection yesterday. But I'm sure the DHQ story, was actually splattered across all the papers today, because we have now seen that these people actually plotted the coup. And just like I said, so the third thing, the second one, what Destiny said about will they be unalived? Will they kill them?
Exactly.
Will they get sentenced? And that's another question. And third question is, what is that saying about this administration? Initial denial, just like what happened in Katrina, and then they eventually came about to say, yes, this happened. At the same time, how are people, what is the vox pop? What is the pulse, Nigerians' pulse about this administration?
Oh, wow.
Because I know it's still out there, the Jew is still out there. People are still saying a lot of things about, this country is not good. And you see Nigerians celebrating that these people that hurt anyway. I never supported anyway. So maybe the government needs to be able to look at itself in the mirror, and try to be able to correct some of these, narratives about that administration.
Yeah, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day. But real quick, if we could just skim through the Punch paper, this one I think is pretty straightforward. Military investigation ending, DHQ moving to arraign alleged coup plotters. And on page 21 of the Punch, it says presidential panel recommends freeze on 1 trillion naira rice import.
Now. Thank you.
Strike. No, we can't speak on it because of time. But just strike on page 7 says court decides today as FCT workers demand week's removal. And on page 7, over 400,000 jostle for 50,000 police jobs. Those are some of the headlines on the front page of the Punch paper. We'll see what we have on the cartoon of the day on the Business Day paper this morning. Quite interesting what we always have in the cartoon of the day. I think we'll just go straight to the page and see what we have on the cartoon of the day. I think we see something that says Nigeria's it says ADC presidential ticket 2027, and then you see name.
Who gets it?
Who gets it? Who gets
that ticket?
I think it's a surprise that you want us to see.
No. So if you look at that, the caricature there is an article and Peter Obi. So these are the two people.
And they are looking up to find who's going to get it.
But the question there is not exactly what is going to be able to rumble.
Exactly.
Because one person will get it. What's going to happen to the other?
The other is just going to be a vice. Well, what do you think? I don't think
Obedience will never let that will lead to the vice.
No. And I don't think that article. I think at the article, in my speculations,
of course,
I think he is willing to just take this back seat, propel propeller
so?
point.
Because what he has said is not.
Don't you think so?
Step down the ticket. I don't think so.
You don't
I
think
think, and it's not the way, because there were rumors swelling that they are trying to be able to prepare the ground for Atiku to get the ticket.
Okay.
Most of the opinions have actually been claiming that, and that is why some of them feel that two things will likely happen.
Okay.
One, Atiku will likely be able to get this ticket.
So what's going to happen to Mr.
Maybe return back to
Peter
Labour
Obi?
Party.
Okay.
Labour Party is still a good mind for him, and now the camp loyal to him are actually being confirmed by the Court of Appeal as the legitimate
presidential candidate.
No, I'm talking about the executive committee of Labour Party by Nadi Usman have been confirmed by the court as the authentic executive organ of Labour Party. So now they've sacked Julius Abure. And
that's the problem that Peter had
at the time. So that this man is now in charge now of Labour Party. So maybe we'll go back there. Someone will actually say maybe an NPP. But the way it is now, because primary election will happen actually in July or August.
So there's still time.
I know it's a time for, you know what politicians do at that time. And this
Well, 2026 is actually an election year, so let's just keep our fingers crossed and just see what
kind of money I think we spend.
That's the thing.
Time will tell.
Only time will tell. Time says it's time for Business Morning at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock with Destiny Momo. Do stay with us for more.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Meet your financial. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Now, this is a business morning segment of the breakfast show of Business Day Television. I am Destiny Momo. Now, let's bring you the news in details. The Naira appreciated across the foreign exchange markets on Monday as Nigerians' external reserves rose to an 8-year high of $46.01 billion, supported by improved liquidity conditions. Now, data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the local currency strengthened marginally at the Nigerian foreign exchange market, with the dollar quoted at 1,418.95 naira, representing a gain of 2.68 naira from 1,421.63 naira recorded on Friday. Now, in a parallel market, commonly referred to as the black market, the naira also appreciated slightly, closing at 1,485 naira to the dollar, gaining 2 naira from the 1,487 naira quoted last week, according to street traders. The Apex Bank noted that the country's external reserves also maintained a steady growth trajectory, rising to an 8-year high of $46.01 billion as of January 22, 2025. And now, meanwhile, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and Chevron Nigeria Limited are planning to increase oil production at their joint venture to 156,000 barrels per day, aiming to boost government revenue. Now, this was the NNPC that congratulated a Chevron operator of the NNPC Limited CNL joint venture on the successful completion of Audi 07 appraisal, an exploration well located in the shallow offshore western Niger Delta. According to a statement by the NNPC spokesman Andy Ode, the Audi 07 well was drilled as part of the joint venture's ongoing efforts to delineate further and unlock hydrocarbon potential within its asset portfolio. In his words, the outcome represents a notable milestone for the NNPC Limited CNL joint venture, strengthening confidence in the underlying asset and reinforcing the prospectivity of the area. Now, still on, Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf of Kano State has formally rejoined the All Progressive Congress, saying the decision was driven by the need to end decades of political isolation and align the state with the federal government for accelerated development. Speaking at the APC electronic registration ceremony held at the Coronation Hall of the Kano State Government House, Governor Yusuf says leadership must rise above personal comfort, sentiment, and partisan interest for a better future for the state. Now, the governor announced that the decision was taken collectively with members of his cabinet, 22 out of the 24 members of the Kano State House of Assembly, and all 44 local government chairmen in the state who have agreed to align with the ruling APC. And now, to end the news, Mali has taken a 51% stake in a new industrial explosives venture with China's Oxen Chemical Technology, tightening state control over critical mining inputs and extending Beijing's industrial expansion in the Sahel region. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, which have all experienced recent military coups, are pivoting towards China and Russia, unsettling Western investors as their governments push ahead with new gold refining, security and uranium deals, part of a broader Sahel realignment. The Mali's 2023 mining code raised state equity in mining projects and strengthened local content requirements and part of sweeping reforms to exact more income from the sector. According to reports, Oxen Chemical Technology, a subsidiary of China's Norinco Group 00065SZ, already supplies industrial explosives to 6 countries in Africa's rapidly expanding mining sector. Now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on business money. Stay with us.
welcome back to Business Morning segment. Now let's go straight to the conversation. The very first conversation for today, talking about how stable coins and modern liquidity infrastructure can power Nigeria's trade, SMEs, and even global economic participation. Now, in today's global economy, digital transformation isn't just reshaping markets. Third, it is redefining how nations trade, finance, growth, and integrate into international commerce. Today, we examine a fast emerging force at the intersection of finance and technology, as stablecoins and modern liquidity infrastructure, and how they could power Nigeria's trade, support small and medium enterprises, and amplify the nation's role on the global economic stage. Now, across Africa's largest economy, traders, entrepreneurs, and policymakers are confronting a familiar challenge: currency volatility, limited access to affordable capital, and friction in cross-border payments that slow trade and stifle growth. But now, an innovative class of digital assets known as stablecoins, cryptocurrencies, pegged to stable assets like the US dollar or other major currencies, is actually attracting new attention. Stablecoins are designed to combine the speed and programmability of digital currencies with the price stability needed for everyday commerce. For Nigeria, where small and medium enterprises or SMEs are responsible for roughly 48% of national GDP and 96% of businesses, the promise of stablecoins and modern digital liquidity systems could be transformative. And now, opportune to be joining us is Bobola Odebi. He is the founder and CEO of two fintech companies, CrossKudi, a financial infrastructure company building modern liquidity and settlement rails for global payments, savings and trade, and SafeCircle, which is a digital platform introducing group savings as an employee benefit to improve workers' financial well-being and employee retention. So good to have you. So good to have you, Bobola.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. Good morning.
All right, now very quickly, how can stable coins practically reduce foreign exchange volatility for Nigerian SMEs that rely heavily on imports and cross-border trade?
Yeah, thank you. And again, good morning, and thank you for having me. We all hearing about stable coins and how stable coins is transforming the global financial industry, not only in Nigeria but around the world, and especially in international trade. Stable coins reduce FX volatility by giving SMEs price certainty. Today, a Nigerian importer can agree on a price with their supplier in another country, but lose money before settling that trade due to Naira fluctuations. An example is an SME importing spare parts can hold US dollar value in stablecoin and use that stablecoin to pay their suppliers instantly, and which will help them to avoid losing losses caused by sudden FX pricing. So it helps, stablecoin helps the businesses to lock in that value in US dollars digitally while waiting to pay their suppliers.
That's so brilliant. Now, in a country with a persistent FX shortages, do you think stable coins realistically complement or even challenge the role of the Naira in actually facilitating trade and liquidity?
I won't say, so I would say stablecoin actually complement Naira and not challenge it. When you look at international trade, how it's been done before now and going forward, international trades are mostly settled in US dollars. And stablecoin, especially the ones pegged to US dollars, are an internet version or digital version of the US dollars that we've been using, for ages. And we can agree, US dollars, is not seen as being challenging Naira, right? But it's always been complementing it. The Naira remains the domestic unit of trade in the country, while stablecoin or US dollar backed stablecoins act as a trade rails for international commerce. So it's similar to how businesses run their business today, right? They trade in the country in naira, and when it's time for them to settle their trade or pay their suppliers in another country, they source for US dollars, buy US dollars into their domiciliary account, and go to the bank and pay to their supplier. So in this case, but instead of them having to be sourcing US dollars everywhere like they are doing today, they can just use their naira to buy stablecoin and just use that stablecoin to pay their supplier instantly.
Bobola, I want to believe that you were at Davos. You're part of the people that went there, right? Now, concerning what we are talking about, right? What would you say of this nature was discussed there, and what agreement was made right there on that stage?
Yeah, so I'm actually joining virtually. I was present at Davos virtually, not in person. But some of the things that I got from that is tokenization is changing, transforming the whole financial industry. And when you're talking about tokenization, you're talking about stablecoin. Stablecoin, being a digital version of, currencies. And tokenization is when we are converting stocks, treasury bonds, real estate, any form of physical or digital assets you can think of is being converted into a token of value. So an example is when you build your house, you can tokenize your house. And instead of your house, just being one piece, you can have a digital version of your building and convert it to 1 million units. So I say, in the US, I can buy, a piece of your house, which will allow you not to sell your property when you need funds, but you can sell a part of your building, for you to have liquidity, for you to have funds, to start a business, to pay your, your kids' school fees, and so forth. And so that is what, stablecoin, tokenization is unlocking for people all over the world, allowing people that has been excluded from global finance to, for the first time be able to participate in global finance, which will, then turn to, improving everyone's economic being.
Wow. Now, I'm very impressed by Nigerians in the diaspora. You guys are doing so much. You are putting us on the global stage, and you are not relenting on your hours. And I just want to, commend the efforts that you guys put in, especially in digitalization of this magnitude that you venture into. So now, very quickly, what specific gaps in Nigeria's current payment and settlement systems can modern liquidity infrastructure built on stable coins actually solve faster than traditional banking channels?
That's a very good question. Before now, payments companies, when payments companies paying into any country all over the world, before now, they usually have to pre-fund their destination accounts for them to be able to instantly pay out to recipients in those countries. But with modern liquidity infrastructure, these companies do not have to pre-fund or lock capital in destination countries. They can instantly partner with a liquidity partner in that country, and which will enable them to instantly pay out to recipients in that country, and also enable stablecoin holders, individuals or businesses who have their money sitting in stablecoin to earn a fee, like a percentage of the fee in revenue from that liquidity infrastructure. So this is, all helping, kind of creating a new value for everyone in the value chain, right? Whether you are an individual, you are a small business, you are a payment partner, unlike, before where, companies or payment, platforms usually have to pre-fund, their destination accounts. But with the modern infrastructure, they do not have to lock, their funds, in another country. They can still retain their, funds, using it for business, while they can just instantly partner with a modern liquidity infrastructure, which will enable them to, continue their business and instantly pay out to recipients in a particular country, and individuals and businesses who owns, the stable coin, that's sitting on that platform to earn a fee from those transactions.
So then how can stable coins help Nigerian businesses actually bypass long settlement times, high transaction costs, and correspondent banking bottlenecks in global trade?
Yes, so in today, I'm very surprised that businesses, especially importers in Nigeria, still experience the kind of payment challenges that they're experiencing, when trying to pay their suppliers around the world. It's very, very disappointing. But with stablecoin, that is fast changing, right? Up until now, businesses have to source for US dollars from the abokis, from the informal payment networks around the world. They can't just go to the bank when it's time for them to make a payment to their supplier and just give them the invoice and initiate a payment just like that, and just pay in Naira and fulfill that payment instantly. But with stablecoin, that is changing. A business can use their Naira to buy stablecoin and instantly send the stablecoin to their supplier in another country. So they can have the full ownership of their payment, of that payment system, instead of them relying on the banking system that's not really underserving them today. So stablecoin is, the difference between stablecoin, and the regular, banking system today is like when you send a letter, through the post office, and it has to go through, like a multiple post office before it actually gets to the destination. But today, you can actually send an email. Instead of you sending a letter, you can send an email, and your recipient in anywhere all over the world receive, your message immediately. So that's the difference, and that's what stablecoin brings into global payments, helping to help, especially SMEs in Nigeria, where they do not have to go through the same pain, the same pain, the struggles that they go through today to send payments to their suppliers around the world, or businesses in Nigeria, for them to be able to receive payments. They can actually just send, use US Naira to buy stablecoin and send stablecoin directly to their supplier instantly, and which will also help them to avoid the FX the FX challenges, pricing, and losses that they experience through that.
To close the gap, there's been a whole lot of advantage that it has brought to businesses, and that's for people that are aware, of this development. But then, what safeguards must be in place to ensure stablecoins boost financial inclusion and SME growth without even increasing systemic consumer risk?
Yes. So the risk is not the blockchain technology itself. The risk can come from the stablecoin issuer or the platform where businesses can buy into the stablecoin. But that can be prevented by the regulators, putting necessary safeguards in place, ensuring that there's full reserve backing and transparency custody, for the stablecoin. There is clear redemption rights. Clear redemption rights is, if you use 1 million naira to buy 1 million stablecoin, you should be able to, redeem back your naira anytime, any day, and be able to redeem. If it's still 1 million stablecoin, you should be able to receive your 1 million naira back immediately. And also ensuring that there is strong AML, which is anti-money laundering, and KYC, in place, on the platforms where users, consumers will be, interacting with stablecoin, and also ensuring that there is regular audits and attestation on such platforms. That's the way, we can ensure that there is, we can, prevent, consumer and avoid systemic risk.
So now looking ahead, right? What would success look like if stable coins were fully embedded into Nigeria's trade, SME financing, and even global economic strategy over the next decade?
Success, for the next decade will mean when Nigerian SMEs can trade globally without the FX challenges that they are experiencing today. Success is when exporters, can get paid as fast as digital businesses. And also success is, when stablecoins, is the infrastructure and not, like the headlines that we have today. When stablecoins fade into the background and Nigerian businesses finally compete on equal footing around the world, I believe that is success, and we're looking forward to that, and that is fast approaching.
One very last question for you, Popola, is how can modern liquidity infrastructure built on blockchain technology actually unlock access to working capital and even trade finance for small and medium-sized enterprises?
That's a very good question. With stablecoin, with the modern infrastructure, comes transparency, because you can trace the transactions. Anybody can trace the transactions. And once payments and settlements are on chain, they become verifiable financial data. That data can power invoice financing, because all those transactions can be monitored, and that data can power inventory-backed lending, and also create trade credit scoring, because with the number of transactions, being everyone being able to see that, platforms can use that to create trade credit scoring, which can unlock new credit and lending system. Liquidity follows transparency, and when settlements become faster and cheaper, I believe capital can also become cheaper and more accessible to SMEs.
Now, we've been talking to Bobola Odebiyi. He is the founder and CEO of two fintech companies, CrossCudi, a financial infrastructure company building modern liquidity and settlement rails for global payments, savings, trade, and also SafeCircle, which is a digital platform introducing group savings as an employee benefit to improve workers' financial well-being and employee retention. Thank you so much for joining us to give us, more light and accessibility to what the stablecoins can do in Nigerian businesses. Thank you for your time. And Business Morning will be right back after this break for our second conversation. Don't forget, it's still Business Morning segments on the breakfast show of Business Day and television. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to Business Morning and segment. Now moving on to our second conversation for today, talking about Davos highlights and skills for the future of work. Now, at this year's World Economic Forum in Davos, artificial intelligence and the future of work actually dominated conversations among global decision makers. From boardrooms to policy panels, leaders agreed that technology, particularly AI, is no longer a future concept. It is already reshaping how work gets done. Executives stressed that while automation will replace some routine tasks, it is also expected to create new roles, especially in data, artificial intelligence development, cybersecurity, and digital services. Now, the challenge, they say, is preparing workers quickly enough. According to discussions at Davos, nearly half of the skills required in today's jobs could change within the next decade, forcing governments and companies to rethink education, hiring, and even training. Now, beyond technical know-how, speakers emphasize the growing value of human-centric skills, critical thinking, creativity, emotional intelligence, and adaptability, quality machines cannot replicate. Now, another major theme was lifelong learning. Leaders warned the traditional careers paths are fading, replaced by continuous reskilling as industries evolve. From several global firms and institutions announced new commitments to large-scale upskilling programs aimed at helping millions of workers transition into emerging roles and even to avoid long-term unemployment. But concerns remain. Economists caution that without urgent action, young people and workers in developing economies risk being locked out of future opportunities, widening inequality. As Davos comes to a close, now the message is clear. The future of work will reward those who can learn, adapt, and even work alongside technology, while governments and businesses faces mounting pressure to ensure no one is left behind. And now joining us is Debbie Chukwudi. She is a private wealth alternatives regional advisor for Asia Pacific at JP Morgan Asset Management based in Hong Kong, where she shapes distribution strategy and client engagement across private banks, wealth managers, and even consultants. Now, beyond her professional role, Debbie was Miss New Jersey USA 2023 and placed top 20 as Miss USA 2023, where she engaged in 150 plus appearances across the country and internationally. Wow, wow, wow. What an impressive profile. I must say, I'm very proud of Nigerians like you in the diaspora doing exploits and doing great. Now, before I ask you the main question for today, right, I want you, because I see that you actually played a very key role in Davos, right? So I want you to just talk about the Global Shapers Community, right? An initiative of World Economic Forum before we dive into other questions.
Thank you so much, Destiny, and thank you for having me here. Right off from Davos, which was such a week full of, conversations, meetings, sessions. So much went on in Switzerland. But like you rightly said, I am a global shaper, and the Global Shaper Community is an initiative by the World Economic Forum, which is really featuring young leaders in different countries. So there's over 20,000 when you look at the alumni base across 500 cities in 100 countries in the world. And every hub is working on impactful projects to reshape the future that they would like to see across education, climate transition, financial inclusion, you name it. There are young people who are very passionate and are putting their talent, time to work in order to make sure that, like you said earlier, no one is left behind. Every year, the Global Shapers Community invites 40 to 50 global shapers across the globe for an opportunity to join the annual meeting in Davos, Switzerland. And I happen to be one of the 40 that was selected for this year. And I would like to say, just in terms of like fanning the flag of Nigeria abroad, there are two other Nigerians from the Kaduna hub and the Abuja hub who were also invited. So there are 3 Nigerians representing, myself representing the Hong Kong hub, having that presence in Davos. And the annual meeting is very important because this has been holding since 1971. And that's where all the global leaders, heads of state, CEOs come together to really shape and think through the most pressing issues happening across the globe. And as we know, the environment of today, there's so much going on, from market volatility, geopolitical tensions, and the world is shifting in a different light. And having those leaders present last week was very critical. And that ties back into the theme of 2026, the spirit of dialogue. Last week was all about perspective, it was all about dialogue, having conversation, and really thinking through how do we get through the next phase of where the world is heading to, whether that's across AI, whether that's across leadership, and what we're going to talk about today, the future of work, and just how young people can prepare themselves for what the next phase of the work landscape would look like.
Impressive. Now, from Davos this year, right, what single insight most clearly signals how the nature of work will fundamentally change in the next decade?
I think the big message, and this goes back to the mission of Global Shapers, the message is I grew up in Nigeria, so growing up, they will always say, you're the leaders of tomorrow. And I think the message clearly in Davos last week is the young people, yes, may be the leaders of tomorrow, but tomorrow is now. And young people cannot be excluded from these conversations. They can't be excluded because when you think about the outcomes of where the world is moving, we are the ones to bear the consequences, whether good or not so good, in the future. So we need to be present in these conversations. And there was a huge focus on, the future of work, where the work landscape is going, especially with the introduction of AI, technology, which at this point are buzzwords because everybody is talking about it. And it was not a message of doom. It's a message of just reframing where we are going in terms of how do we rethink entry-level jobs? Do we even relabel entry-level jobs? How should young people be thinking about their careers, thinking about the kind of work that they will do or the kind of skills they need to develop to get the opportunities they're looking for? So it's a whole reframing story. And at the end of the day, at the center of it, when we talk about the future of work, we cannot ignore AI. It's a conversation of where humans meet technology and partner together to elevate the output versus AI getting rid of people's jobs and taking over. Because if you look at how AI works, a lot of the training comes from humans. So humans are still needed. We're not going anywhere. But how do you position young people to rethink how they develop themselves so that they don't fall victims of situations where it looks like AI is taking their work? AI can do the output stuff, and we can talk about what those skills of the future look like, but there are more high level, high value creating activities and work that humans can do, only do, that AI cannot do. And that's where the opportunity lies with the introduction of AI in the workplace.
Impressive. Well, now, talking about leaders in Davos, spoke extensively about AI. What human skills did they actually agree will become more valuable, not less, in an AI-driven workplace?
I think a couple of them are like very clear. And one thing I would like to say, I think AI is emphasizing things that always existed that may not have been prioritized or like really called out in person. And AI is really making us look at what are these, because AI is looking through pattern recognition. But there are other skill sets that have been there where we may see in senior leaders who have like decades of experience, but where you may not necessarily always see with young people. So some of those skills include a complex problem solving. For you to really complex problem solve, then you need to be able to digest complex information, which AI can help you break it down, but can you distill insights from there? Can you apply emotional intelligence? So for example, working with different personalities at work, how do you understand everyone's working style and make sure that you're able to work effectively with them to deliver the output you're looking for? And cultural intelligence, I love this one so much because, I mean, I was born in the US, raised in Nigeria, now I live in Asia. So for me, it's a top skill. Not everybody is culturally competent, but then those are skills that AI cannot be culturally competent per se, but it takes a human being to understand the lived experiences, to understand language, to be able to connect the dots and connect with people. That's not going to go away. And then thinking about creativity, like we're always going to have to create. We're going to always have to like develop a new idea, think about things differently. So the thinking capabilities are the areas where humans will thrive. But then you have to make sure you're coaching and training young people to critically think. Because if you look a lot at the curriculums at different academic institutions, not all of them are focused on like practical thinking, critical thinking. Some of it is more like output based. What did I say? What's the output? That AI can do. That is literally where AI thrives. But where the human is gonna thrive even more is, can you look through different strategies and decide on which one makes the most sense based on all the data AI may have analyzed for you? Can you critically think through key decisions that need to be made? How do you handle pressure? Like when things go sideways, they're not planned, can you adjust accordingly? Those are human skills. Those are skills that are going to be heightened. And all of those skills lead back to leadership. So which is why this is a very critical topic, because yes, it's young people we're talking about, but if they are the future leaders of tomorrow, then they need to be grounded in these skills from now before they get into those leadership shoes, which a lot of them are already getting into as well.
You know, getting the skills, like you just said, is very, very important. And like you advised, you know, I wish, you know, young people actually take advantage of this trend, you know, school themselves in these skills, because it is actually taking over, you know, before they find themselves in other spheres, you know, that will bring a whole lot of distraction. Now, beyond technical skills, right? What mindset or even capability did Davos leaders repeatedly emphasize as critical for future-proofing workers and organizations?
It's adaptability. And I love the word future-proof because that's now becoming a buzzword in the industry in general. But that's because we're moving to a place where we have to think about the future. You can't wait for the future to happen to you. So a lot of it is, can you be adaptable? AI is here. How many people are using AI tools? How many people are saying, oh, I'm going to take an AI course? You don't need to be an engineer. So we are in a phase where I don't need to know how to code. The question is, do I understand how AI works and how I can leverage AI? And I use AI tools every single day. In fact, I no longer use Google. I have like my AI different like devices that I leverage just to get myself, you know, very conversant with the tools, how they work, and see like, how can I leverage AI to make me more effective? And that's not making me redundant. That's making me even high value, high output. So being able to be adaptable, to be open-minded, to be willing to learn. To be willing to learn, you have to be humble. You have to recognize that you don't know everything. And the world is changing so rapidly. So even within this AI, there's lots of things that are being produced every single day. And it's tough to keep up. But those who are open-minded, those who are adaptable, those who are not stuck are the ones that are going to really thrive. You know, they say change is constant, but nobody really likes to feel change. But those people who are willing to lean in are the ones that are going to be successful. And then the other piece of it too is it ties back to all the change, like be resilient. When something doesn't work out, are you willing to take a pivot? Are you willing to try something new? We are gonna need to do that. And we can see a lot of like, you know, when you think about the trade industry, there's tariffs, every organization, every leader, and even our very own Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who had like lots of presence at Davos last week, you're gonna have to change and think through, how do you pivot with every new update that you're getting, every new headline? And how do you also remain strategic with a focus? And then the other piece of it would be like skills currency. Like there's always gonna be skills required. And we had a private session with a couple of CEOs, which was very insightful. And we talked about, do we get to a point where we label the term entry-level jobs? And I gave an example of myself. When I was in university, I wasn't thinking about entry-level jobs. I was thinking about what is the value I'm bringing to my company. And when I think about it that way, I'm not thinking about, oh, my boss is going to tell me, do task A, B, C. I'm thinking, where are the gaps that would, you know, affect our strategy? Now I'm thinking beyond output inputs. These are the high level skills. Like we need to get everybody to, because that's going to be the bare minimum in the next few years. So really thinking beyond and saying like, okay, be curious. That intellectual curiosity is going to matter more now than ever before.
You know, you just actually said something striking about being curious, intellectual, curiosity in this regard. I just want to appreciate the fact that you use this adjective, to make it clear to young people to actually get curious more on how to gain the skills, So then how did discussions at Davos redefine the meaning of employability in a world of automation, climate transition, and even geopolitical uncertainty?
So I think the biggest thing, if I had to do talk about the catchphrase, it will be, we're going from a job seekers economy to a job creators economy, where everybody's taking ownership. Now you no longer have to rely on, okay, I leave school, what is the one job? Because if I'm already thinking on the high level, strategic, critical thinking, then there's a sense of ownership that comes through that process. I think that's a big thing, especially for those who would want to go venture into like the entrepreneurship standpoint. But even the entrepreneur, so I consider myself an entrepreneur within the firm that I'm in, but it's because every time you're building something, you're trying something new, you're solving for a problem. So I think that particular phrase, like going from job seeking to creating, really stood out to me. And it just reminds me and is a signal that there's opportunity. So just because there's AI, just because yes, there's a lot of upskilling that needs to happen. And when you look at Africa, for example, over 70% of young people in Nigeria are under 30. Then if you look at Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, the median age is 19. That is opportunity, because these are young people who can learn quickly, who are eager, who now understand, based on the World Economic Forum Global Shapers Youth Pulse report that just came out about 2 weeks ago. 74% of young people understand that degree qualifications are not sufficient. Like the skill building is very critical. So there's opportunity, and it's like, how do we build infrastructure to make sure that we're developing these talents? Because I mean, Nigeria is a very talented group of people, like a place with a talented group of people, but there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of room to grow. How do we tailor the talent? How do we diversify our talents in order to make sure that we are allocating talent across different industries and sectors in the country? So I think that's like the biggest one in terms of this, future of work. How do we go from there? Like what's coming out of it? There's a lot of training that needs to happen. There's a lot of rewriting and reframing of the mindsets, not just only in leaders, but also in young people as well. Like that whole call to take ownership of their journeys. But then for them to take ownership, there needs to be infrastructure, there needs to be curriculum. So curriculum put in place. So it was very interesting to see that the Minister of Education in the UAE was one of the first leaders to implement AI literacy based courses in their curriculum. That is such a power move. That is such an institutional move, because now everybody's required to know some form of AI. That is a country that is preparing for the future. So we need to do the same things. Like, how do you train people to go beyond the basics, English, math, science, and really deepen their basic understanding? Because the bare minimum in the next few years, 2 to 3 years, is going to be knowing how to navigate to these tools. That's going to be the bare minimum. And if you're not able to prepare for that bare minimum, then a lot of people are going to be left behind. Africa is going to be left behind, but we don't want that, which is why, that's one of the key takeaways from Davos last week, within the work of like preparing for the future and young people, keeping young people in mind.
Now, the thing about keeping young people in mind, for this last word you just talked about, the skill, you just made it, clear how important it is for people to know how to use the skill before the next 2 years. So I'm sure that this impact will have to go into primary schools and secondary schools and even the universities for young people to actually get the skills more, and even from private tutors. Now, the last question I have for you, which I want a very brief answer to because of time, is if you had to distill Davos' message into one takeaway for young professionals today, what skills should they start building now to stay relevant?
To stay relevant, I would say start using AI today. So if you're not using AI in any form, whether that's ChatGPT, Perplexity, Pilot, start today. Because what that's going to help you do is help you understand how these basic tools work. And just so you know, like all these names I just called, that is not even scratching the surface of what leveraging AI can do in our lives. But then if we can start there, then that would fuel curiosity to look into what other ways. And also just reminding people, like, you don't have to be an AI engineer. You just need to know, with the field I'm in, every field is going to be disrupted by AI. I believe like the World Economic Forum reports over 30 to 40% of jobs are going to be disrupted by 2030. So thinking through, if I'm a banker, what roles or functions within my industry will be disrupted? Thinking that way and seeing, okay, what do I need to do to make sure I'm not like a victim of the disruption? Because that is not the intent of technology. We are meant to partner with technology and take things to the next level. And one last thing, a lot of people always complain like, oh, the entry-level jobs. Oh, I'm just doing redundant work, or I don't even know the value of the work I'm doing. This is where AI comes in. If AI can do the redundant work for you, then the expectation is you take it a step higher, a notch higher, to do the high-level strategic thinking. So really, strategic thinking, you have to, how do you read reports, distill insights? How do you connect the dots? These are things that are not learned in the classroom. They're not learned in a day, but they are learned by doing. So start using AI. If you're not reading, read reports, and then find ways to put things into practice versus just
thank you so much. You just made us understand the reason why we should, learn these skills. We've been talking to Debbie Chukwudi. She is a private wealth alternatives regional advisor for Asia Pacific at JP Morgan Asset Management based in Hong Kong, where she shapes distribution strategy and client engagement across private banks, wealth managers, and consultants. Thank you so much, Debbie. It was an awesome time with you. Thank you for, all you taught us today on Business Morning. Thank you for your time. Now, Business Morning will be right back. Same time tomorrow. Stay tuned for the big story with Elizabeth Musa. Don't go anywhere. It's still the breakfast show on Business Day Television. I am Destiny Mama. Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Mama.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Mama.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think BusinessDay.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on BusinessDay television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the Business Day television breakfast show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. The World Economic Forum in Davos may be over, but the ripple effects are still being felt, including here in Africa. Comments by President Donald Trump on alliances, global institutions, and America's strategic priorities have stirred debate and unsettled markets. For countries like Nigeria, which are closely tied to global capital flows, trade, and diplomacy, this shifts matter. So as the world reflects on the post-Davos fallout, the big question is whether this is just another round of diplomatic tension or a deeper change in how the United States relates with the rest of the world and what that means for Africa. Well, joining me this morning is Collins Nweke. He's a global affairs analyst who has been observing keenly the developments from Davos. Welcome to the show, Collins.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you here this morning. Well, now that Davos is over, what are we expecting? What should we make of the diplomatic fallout from President Trump's remarks?
Well, what Davos revealed is not just a week of sharp talks, but a signal of negotiating posture. Now, the U.S. is reminding allies that security guarantees and market access may increasingly come with explicit price tags. I mean, just like you go to the supermarket and then, every item has a price tag. That's essentially what Donald Trump is telling, allies. That creates diplomatic fallout, in my view, three layers. Layer number one is trust. Allies run on credibility, not only, capability. When partners begin to doubt, predictability, they hedge by diversifying suppliers, strengthening regional security arrangements, and doing more deals outside the traditional US-led lane. And then secondly, you have policy uncertainty. Even before any executive action, rhetoric can move expectations. I mean, you saw that in the capital market, the way it reacted. Investors reprise risk. Government starts scenario planning, and companies delay investment decisions. These are some of the fallouts from uncertainty that they feel. That is already a consequence long before tariffs are signed. Third, but equally more as important as the other is multipolar acceleration. When the center looks less steady, the periphery reorganizes. Europe leans further into strategic autonomy, middle powers coordinate more, and institutions become battleground for influence. So the practical takeaway is this, Elizabeth. Davos did not end anything. It clarified that global diplomacy is becoming more transactional and contested. For countries like Nigeria, the right response is neither panic nor celebration. No, it's disciplined, interest-based diplomacy. And how do you do that? Simply define what you want, what we can trade, and what we will not compromise. So, in today's geopolitics, uncertainty in itself a policy instrument, and everyone else is simply adjusting to such uncertainty.
We're also seeing that the appearance of a strain between the United States and its traditional allies that we know, does this in any way affect or change Africa's position in global politics?
But only if Africa chooses to convert attention into leverage. All attention is everywhere on Africa now. A strain among major powers creates a window where Africa can move from being spoken about to being negotiated with. One, Africa's value rises because it sits at the intersection of food security, energy transition, minerals, critical shipping routes, and demography. In a more competitive world, those assets attract courtship. Two, it also raises the risk of Africa becoming a theater, not a player, pulled into rival blocs, offered short-term deals that deepen dependency, or pressure to vote certain ways in the United Nations. And then thirdly, so Africa's best strategy is non-alignment with agency, not neutrality or passivity, but partnership diversification across board. The US, the EU, China, Gulf, India, Brazil, name it, each on terms that support local value addition and jobs. So for Nigeria specifically, our advantage is scale, market, talent, regional leadership. But scale only, becomes power if we have clarity. Industrial policy, trade facilitation, credible FX reforms, security stabilization, and predictable regulation. Now, if I'm to go by, what we saw play out in Davos, I think, Nigeria appears to, be taking all of this into calculation based on the presentations made. So yes, the terrain is changing. The question is whether Africa shows up with a price list and a plan or with an empty basket. So, in a fractured West, Africa can either be a bargaining chip or a bargaining power.
Did see some strong reactions in the global markets this week. How do movements like this filter into African economies, and more specifically Nigeria's currency, our debt markets, and even our foreign investment outlook?
Very good question there, Elizabeth. When global markets get jittery, Africa often experiences a triple, transmission. Dollar gets expensive, borrowing costs will rise, and investors become, rather picky. Start with the currency. In risk-off moments, capital moves to safe havens. That strengthens the dollar, obviously, and pressures emerging market currencies. For Nigeria, any renewed dollar strength can widen demand for foreign exchange, test confidence, and increase, pass-through inflation, especially where imports are significant, as it is in Nigeria. Now, second is debt markets. Global yields are the benchmark. If US yields rise or risk premium widen, Nigeria's Euro bond pricing becomes, a bit more domestic rates may remain elevated. That affects fiscal space, meaning tougher trade-offs on infrastructure, social spending, and debt services. Third, FDI and portfolio flows, coming specific to the last batch of your question. Portfolio investors can exit fast. FDI is, stickier, but still sensitive to policy credibility. So for Nigeria, and I would always like to narrow it back to, Nigeria. The FDI question is simple. Do investors believe the, FX market is transparent? Repatriation is reliable, despite, the president singing, the gospel according to easy in, easy out. The other thing is contracts are enforceable, and is policy also stable? These are the questions in the minds of investors. So what Nigeria should do In my view, there are three immediate stabilizers. Number one is policy consistency in foreign exchange and monetary signals. Signs are that Nigeria is doing that. Debt transparency and credible revenue reforms to reassure markets. Partly, Nigeria is doing that. We've heard about the tax reform, but debt transparency, that is something else, and we know what is affecting that. And then thirdly, investment grade enablers, power, ports, security, and faster dispute resolution. I have no idea what is going on in that terrain. So when the world panics, Africa pays unless it has policy credibility and buffers.
Collins, let's move away from, Africa right now. Let's talk about this renewed conversation around the United States strategic interests you're talking about, from the Greenland to the Arctic. What does this really tell us about global power competition, and where does Africa fit into this picture?
Can hardly, move away from Africa, because at the end of the day, it has become the theater. It tells us that the next era of competition is not about ideology. Far from it. It is about geography, resources, and logistics. The Arctic conversation is about three things: new sea routes, critical minerals, and military positioning, not more. As ice melts, routes shorten, shipping patterns change, and strategic choke points multiply. Remind ourselves, Elizabeth, that whoever shapes trade rules also shapes power. That is the golden rules. I don't know that there are any ways around that. Now, where does Africa fit? Africa sits on the other side of the global logistic. Atlantic and Indian Ocean lanes, the Gulf of Guinea, the Red Sea approach, and a youthful labor force that can anchor manufacturing. If we build the enabling environment, this will mean something. But Africa must not misread this. No one is pivoting Africa out of charity. No way. They are doing it because Africa holds assets. And what are those assets? Minerals markets, votes in multilateral institutions, and strategic coastline. The opportunity for Africa is to insist on value addition, not extraction. If you want our lithium, if you want our cobalt, if you want our gas or green hydrogen potential, then bring processing, skills transfer, and infrastructure. This is also part of the gospel that we, from the Nigeria, Belgium, Luxembourg Business Council, or Business Forum rather, this is the gospel that we have been preaching year in, year out, when we come to Nigeria, and when, Nigerian businesses come to Brussels, for, Pali. Make a package, resources for refineries, ports, rail, and jobs. So for Nigeria, it also means maritime security and energy diplomacy matter more than ever. The Gulf of Guinea must be a corridor of commerce, not a risk premium. So for me, great powers are fighting over rules and resources. Africa must fight for value and sovereignty.
Ideas like the proposed Board of Peace raising questions about the future of global institutions. Would you say that changes to the current global order works in Africa's favor, or does it work against Africa?
It doesn't work in Africa's favor, certainly not. And I mean, don't just take my word for it. If you are patient with me, let me explain what I mean by that. Institutional reform can favor Africa only if it increases fairness without weakening protection. Do you see the Board of Peace as doing that when to join the club you have to put down $1 billion US. So that's number one question. Africa's dilemma is this, Elizabeth. We are often underrepresented in decision making, yet we rely heavily on rules because rules protect smaller and mid-sized states from raw power. Do you see the Board of Peace protecting the small man when, the ab initio, the small economies have been excluded by that entry fee of $1 billion US. So, if reform means a stronger voice for Africa in security and financial governance, more predictable development finance, and more equitable trade rules, then yes, Africa benefits. I don't see that in the Board of Peace. But if reform means informal clubs replacing universal institutions, we should be cautious, and we ought to be with the Board of Peace. A world where power is decided by coalitions of willing can marginalize Africa further, unless Africa has strong regional coordination and leverage. That too has a very, very thick question mark over it. So the practical path is to support reforms that do a couple of things. One, strengthen UN effectiveness while correcting representational deficits. Two, reform global finance, debt architecture, liquidity access, and credit rating biases, and protect sovereignty and territorial integrity consistently. So for Nigeria and Africa, the strategic move is to show up with reform proposals, not complaints. We've complained enough, such as Security Council representation debates, peacekeeping finance reforms, and new debt workout mechanisms. Conclusively, I would say that Africa needs a rules-based world, but also a seat where the rules themselves are written. They can't afford to be absent from such tables.
You say that we've complained enough. So now that you've said we've complained enough, what should Nigeria's policymakers and business leaders be paying attention to right now as this global dynamics continue? We continue to see them evolving. What should we be paying attention to?
There are, a few things that Nigeria ought to be paying attention to. Off the cuff, I can think of 7 word points. There may be more, but I will focus on practical things. 1, tariff and trade policy shifts among major economies. These change supply chains, commodity prices, and export opportunities. That is, for me, a priority point of attention. Number 2, dollar liquidity and global interest rates. They shape Nigeria's foreign exchange pressure and borrowing cost. Number 3, energy geopolitics. Oil price swings, gas diplomacy, and the pace of energy transition. Very important to pay attention to. And then critical minerals and industrial policy. The question is, who is building processing capacity, not just mining? Then you also have, maritime security and logistics, ports, shipping insurance, and, Gulf of Guinea risk premium. And then, second to the last is technology and sanctions regime. Access to semiconductors, fintech rails, and compliance, requirements. These are, critical importance. And then, for me, maybe I should have actually highlighted this as number 1, and that is regional leverage. You do have Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, Free Trade Area, and then you have the Economic Community of West African, states, ECOWAS. Nigeria must lead with trade facilitation, standards, and corridors. For business leaders, the advice is this: hedge intelligently, diversify markets and inputs, strengthen governance, and plan for interest rate volatility. For policymakers, my advice is this: reduce uncertainty. Investors can manage risk. What they cannot price is policy unpredictability. So, the biggest risk to investment is not global turbulence. We've had that, we'll always have that. It's domestic uncertainty. So, stabilize your, domestic politics, and the rest will fall into shape.
For such well outlined points and sharing your knowledge with us this morning on The Big Story. Truly appreciate it. Thank you so much, Collins Oweke, Global Affairs Analyst, for joining us all the way from Brussels this morning. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Oh, this has been The Big Story right here on Business Day Television. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind there. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business.
Watching the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening. My name remains Elizabeth Musa, and of course joining me is...
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Absolutely, we're ready to see what we have trending on social media. Quite a number of things are trending. There's one I want to talk about, which isn't even on our lineup today. But I think that one is all about the Speed, the streamer, popular streamer, American streamer Speed coming to Nigeria, and the oh my goodness, I'm just going to call it what it is, the show of shame that Nigeria provided, I mean, for the giants of Africa. So why did we not show our best, put our best foot forward?
I mean, this is a very, some people think it's just entertainment, but I think it's a very sensitive topic, because when it comes to tourism, culture, and tradition, it's not something we want to allow someone else speak that narrative for us. Now, I'm not saying that, he didn't touch some certain places, like, he went to Nika Art Gallery, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. I believe that for 200 million people strong, I mean, we have more people in this country than most African countries. It just simply makes you understand that you can't even exhaust some key tourist sites, some key traditions and cultures in Nigeria. And so when you now bring him to a certain sector, I'm not trying to play any card of what we call it, I don't want to use the word traditional card or play. So let me just put it the way it is. I think that before coming to Lagos, could have just gone to other areas where culture really relies and end up in Lagos for living Nigeria.
I agree.
And for me, it is, when I say it is quite important, the economic value, whether or not we like it, for us is also great. Although I hear that he still loves Nigerian jollof rice.
He does.
But
it was a tie. It was a tie, and eventually he just said, he thinks it's Nigerian jollof.
Well, let's see what our guys are saying on social media, right?
Let's see what Nigerians are saying on social media. Away from speed, the first conversation gaining some attention is the piracy controversy where actress Bimbo Ademoye alleged that our 18 million views film has lost its monetization. Now, she accused one Emmanuel Davies of alleged movie piracy and unlawful copyright claims over a song used in her film, Where Love Lives. The development, she said, led to the demonetization of the movie. This film had reportedly garnered over 18 million views as of January 24, 2026. This is barely a month after its release, and now it's been demonetized. I saw a video of her on social media where she was actually close to tears, talking about the fact piracy is a crazy thing, because you put in your effort, you put in your time, you put in your money, and then someone just comes out of nowhere,
borrowed money,
and and then someone comes out of nowhere. I saw the video. I mean, Bimbo is someone, she's very unproblematic, so coming out to talk about it. This dude, a song which, according to her, she employed someone to score music for you, right, because of piracy, because she could have gone the lazy way and just gotten instrumentals, but she got someone, and then this dude takes that
from the internet
song, and then goes and posts it on his YouTube and said, produced by me.
Right.
That's the height of it.
After he has been paid for the intellectual property.
No, not if she paid someone. And like I paid you.
Right.
You to do soundtrack for my movie, and then maybe our director comes, takes that song that you produced, and posts it on his social, on his YouTube, and says produced by
him. That's what I'm saying.
Isn't that ridiculous?
That's what I'm saying. Something that she has paid for.
Something she's paid for to another person, and then so YouTube had to, because then that's piracy, that's copyright. That means you took my song without telling me. Meanwhile, it's not you.
It's not yours.
It's just ridiculous what people do. So someone is saying that this might be some insider. Someone on the inside is probably not happy with that success, because a movie that's gained 18 million views,
you should have a
now
lot of money made from it. It's a painful thing, and then you see, so what this means is that when you want to put out your content out there, after you spent a lot of money, right, to put it in place, you must be careful to the latter, to the very, very detailed thing. You must have your eye on it. And sometimes we overlook some certain things, thinking, oh, don't worry, all will be fine, even if you know that it could raise some red flags. And then YouTube as a platform, give and take, they're not the kind of platform that will want to, reduce quality, or probably want to, put this way, give and take. They want to now stay on one end. No, it doesn't work that way. They want to follow things to the very end, because they know the platform has to keep integrity. So if in their mind of minds, by the time they check the algorithm and check the way it was uploaded, if someone else says, look, this is my property, it will fly. So if they now put yours later, they will flag it and tell you, no, so person has already claimed intellectual property over that material, right? Because they want monetization to go to whoever it is that, right, really owns that property, intellectual property. So it's unfortunate that she can be experiencing such, especially when you have spent a lot of money.
And when she has put in so much effort.
So much work.
Very hard work.
And all of a sudden they tell you, look,
young lady,
we have to demonetize you, and then you can't make money from it any longer, knowing that that's one of the major streams of income. So you can flow back into the business, use the money to produce another movie.
Exactly. Let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how more Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Some people think it's an insider job. Some people think it's some people that are not happy with the success of the movie. Ola Walexian says, I don't understand why people are doing this to their fellow human beings. Just imagine what she's passing through now after spending millions on a project. I hope the security agencies can apprehend the person and prosecute him accordingly. I hope so too. Ima and Victoria says, this is absolutely wild. Stealing the movie is one thing, but ripping the song and putting it on Spotify for personal gain is a whole other level of audacity. Honestly, I've never seen that. Like, people, we're still battling with piracy where people take a movie and then you post it on your platform. But the sense behind what this person did is what I don't understand. It took the song and then put claims to the name. It's not even just maybe posting the movie where that one is already a problem, because when you're posting it on your platform too, people are wondering who is the real originator. But you took it. That's clear theft.
You know what
well,
I
that's
think?
another. Well, okay.
I think that for what it is, this story is still unfolding.
Yeah.
It would be nice for us to now wait and hear from the other person's view.
It's not even responding.
It's not responding. So that's another
We
issue.
don't
So
even know the face. You know, you can use anybody's name.
Then another thing I want to find out is this. Again, need to be out for her to. Hopefully, she's watching this. Look, when you are getting people to do these things, do you sign proper contracts that would make the indeed so in events where things like this happen, you can actually not just sue, but be able to have some tangible documents, tangible evidence to say, look, this thing belongs to me. You know, because of the way our entertainment structure is, entertainment industry is structured, some people take some certain things for granted. I'm not saying that's what has happened in our own case, right? But you actually have entertainment law, you know, and with that now it will help you not to create any room for any issues. Otherwise, you end up trying to mitigate now.
This is where we need proper entertainment lawyers. We have a few in Nigeria, a few good ones. That's one from Everything Politics. It says if these claims against Emmanuel Davis are true, then it's a clear violation of copyright laws and digital platform policies on YouTube, Spotify, and other services. Creators deserve protection for their intellectual property, and platforms must act swiftly to remove pirated content and enforce sanctions. Piracy is not hustle, it is theft.
It is theft.
Do we have more reactions to this story? We don't have any, but let's move on now and hope that there is some action taken for Bimbo. Bimbo and a team, a legal team, they must take action, because this can't just be swept under the carpet.
Definitely.
10 million views and monetization just down the drain. It's not even funny. It's not even. It's not something to laugh about. But still, in the world of entertainment, another topic is gaining some buzz, and this one is about Tony Abrams' Over Sabi Auntie, which has grossed 1 billion naira in Nigerian box office. Now, this achievement makes Over Sabi Auntie the first Nollywood directorial debut to cross over 1 billion naira, while also ranking as the 4th highest grossing Nollywood film of all time, unadjusted for inflation. Well, distributors attributed the film's early success to robust cinema attendance across Nigeria and Ghana, effective pre-release marketing, and positive early audience reception. Now, this one is quite interesting, because that's the number that was being eyed, you know, after Behind the Scenes with Funke Akindele. And one of the things that, you know, I think they're doing a healthy competition, you know. They're working hard. They're both hardworking women. They always say in the world in Nollywood that just leave December for
both of them
and Tony Abraham, because they're gonna go head to head, back to back,
you know, following through.
And Funke was the first to hit the 1 billion mark, and then obviously Tony has now hit it. So I think that's good.
I mean, truth be told, it's a great thing that we can see competition that is healthy. In other words, healthy competition. It will help anyone who wants to get to the industry, right? Not to get discouraged, not to be afraid, to think, oh, there are some form of gatekeepers that could frustrate you. I mean, look at likes of back in the days, movies like Living in Bondage. They didn't really have this kind of opportunity that we have now for streaming or for YouTube and all that stuff. They were relying on Alaba Boys, relying on, you know, Uppy Weka for that, exactly, to make that money. And a lot of them didn't really make so much because those marketers were making more money than them. But now, we are in the new era where, look, all those marketing strategies have now become mundane. So with the emergence of online, the emergence of YouTube and, you know, Netflix and every other platform that can enable you make money, producers are now saying, look, no need for us to start seeing our effects. Directors are now saying, no need for us to start quarreling with each other. And then, of course, marketers are now saying, look, distributors I mean, last time I had a distributor on the show where we spoke about, film distribution. And she said to me, she said, look, and that's Norway, by the way. She said, what they want to do moving forward is to make sure that every movie making money, right, doesn't just make money and close the door behind them. Make money, open the door big enough so that other people who are producers can also be able to learn from the mistakes that those who have become big have done, right? And come to a large playing field, because it's a very big market and it's open. The question now is, are you willing to work hard enough to be able to rake in this amount of money at the end of the year? But so far, money-wise, we are seeing Funke Akindele and Abraham, right, holding it, what I call it, head-to-head regarding this particular matter. And it's good for business, one. It's good for the GDP. It's good for that informal sector. People are going to make money. People are going to get employed, like I said before. It's good for script writers. It's good for everyone who has his or her career tied around movie production.
It's good for the entire ecosystem, basically. And shout out to them. I have to also say, you took me down memory lane when you talked about Upper Iweka Road and the likes. But they actually, I would say, they work so that these people can now run. So when we see people that started out the journey in the harder way, and then things have become easier now, it's still a lot of hard work the likes of Funke, because to market and to put yourself out there and be dancing and doing all of that publicity and sending what's those things, promotion material, whatever, souvenirs and all those things, packages to
TV shows,
to entertain
to
your fellow entertainers. It's a lot of money, but that olden days era of the market, they've done the scruffier work, and we have to give it to them for the work they've done. Nollywood is definitely standing at par.
It's now thriving.
Standing at par with, maybe Hollywood is still a long way to go, but we have a voice now on the global stage, and that's a good thing. Let's see some of the comments on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this one. GY Online says, congratulations, that's a huge milestone. Having your first directorial debut on the big screen is no small feat. All that hard work, vision, and dedication clearly paid off. Take a moment to soak it in. You've earned every bit of that gratitude and celebration. One thing I have to say about Toyin is something just on the side that I really in her movies. It's also very evident in her personal life. The way she shows up for people, you will hardly see her missing at any. She shows up. She could have been on set, sometimes she's coming straight from set. Now I have to give it to her. She's very hardworking. Didi on X says, this is huge for Nollywood. Proof that consistency, audience trust, and good storytelling skill. Do we have more reactions to this conversation on social media? Oma Ann says, women are breaking ceilings in Nollywood. 1 box office record at a time.
I agree.
Interesting. Let's see our next story this morning. Away from the world of entertainment, our third conversation is the report that the Nigerian military has uncovered alleged coup plot among 16 officers. I know this one excites you.
I mean, this is the kind of topic I like to talk about.
But we don't have time. So I'm wondering what you want to say. Now, the military has submitted to President Bola Tinubu the report of its investigation into what it described as acts of indiscipline and breach of service regulations involving 16 detained officers amid lingering allegations that the officers were linked to an attempted coup against the administration. Presidency sources confirmed that the report was forwarded to the president after more than 2 months of intensive interrogation and investigations conducted by the Defense Intelligence Agency. This development follows reports published in October last year alleging that the officers ranging in rank from captain to brigadier general were arrested for plotting to overthrow Tinubu's government. Now, that one is in the political climate. Those things are happening. Let's take a look at the comments so that you just end with your remarks. So it's quite a number of comments. This 16, this coup plot, 16 officers. It's crazy. Obongo Farmer says, a reminder of how important strong institutions are in safeguarding democracy. More reactions. Esperanza says, this is a serious wake-up call for the country. It's good to see the military being transparent and sticking to the law. But a coup plot is no small matter. Stability is what we need right now to move forward. It says, let's hope that justice is served fairly and our democracy stays protected. Do we have more reactions to this story on social media? If we don't have any more reactions, then we can just move on and hear what Valentine has to say.
Well, I mean, it's good enough. I'll always approach this matter. But first and foremost, I want to say, look, we are sending a message to the world, which is, right, democracy can work in Nigeria. Okay? That is one. Secondly, we also send a message to Nigerians that no matter how tough the economy is, give it time and be patient so things can work. However, having said so, right? Remember what I just said? I said that give it time and things will work out and work well. Having said so, we also see that yes, we are now in an environment where, look, some people will ask this question, which is, was Nigeria even better off when we were in military, regime at the time? Again, these are questions that people back home will ask. Some will argue for, some will argue against. However, the most important thing here, which anyone will have to take home, will be the way Nigeria is even structured as stands right now. A military coup will almost be impossible to succeed because you have a lot of things at stake at the moment, right? And a lot of areas that back in the days could have made it easier for a coup to succeed, but now it's not going to be possible, right? Now, that aside, more importantly, the fact that these names have not been listed out, they say it took them 2 months plus to take their time to investigate, run things back and forth. Great stuff. My question now is, are they going to get a fair hearing? Right? Are we going to make sure that nobody's going to get victimized? Are we going to make sure that those who are actually accused of these things will actually, right, get that hearing that they deserve, and whatever it is that's going to come out of it, let it be that we see it on plain paper and nothing's put under the carpet. And of course, the military will not decide what to do at the end of the day. However, people are also learning very quickly, right? We also know that there's this treasonable offense where if you're caught, trying to topple the government, you pay dearly for it, So there's a whole lot. It's an unfolding story. But again, the international world is also watching. Only recently, when there was a coup attempt in our neighboring country here, you see how quick, our Air Force was able to go there and help to foil the coup, right? By obviously going to bombard 1 or 2 other persons within that axis, our neighboring country here, or just our neighbors next door. So it's still unfolding, but more importantly, for me, I would say, look, let everyone just be calm and follow things through properly. Within the army, the lot will be shaking and back and forth, but as broadcasters as we are, we'll follow this story, we'll look at it, and of course, hopefully, those who have been, their names have been penned down. We see the names are all written, they say the names, and those are that their names were listed out are basically from a particular area of Nigeria. Let's just hope that they are the ones who truly were involved this time, not just any kind of scapegoat. You know how Nigeria is. Who's going to be a scapegoat and back and forth, who's not loyal. We just hope that's not the case here, and then let's see how it unfolds, really.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
All right, that's why we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Thank you for sticking with us from the start to the end, from the headlines to, of course, we talked about what we had on the front page of the papers, going from Business Day to the Punch to Vanguard, and then we came obviously to Business Week, Business Morning with Destiny Momo, and of course the big story. We went to talk about the wrap up from the fallout from Davos, the World Economic Forum, which was about a week ago. We had Collins Nweke joining us, always fantastic input, and obviously to social listening this morning. Quite interesting conversation. Shout out to the ladies doing well for Nollywood, and hopefully the next time a speed or a speed-like individual come to Nigeria, who will do better. It probably has to be me that will just curate.
Because,
imagine me curating, or imagine you curating.
Well, the reason why I said it's quite important is cultural activities in this country. It gives us gives the world a view of what Nigeria is. It gives us more reason for us to now say, look, we are rich in culture and tradition.
I think we need to
So it wasn't exposed to those areas.
Yes, there is more to Lagos. There's more to Nigeria than Lagos. There's a whole lot more.
So anyways.
That's what we leave it. Great attempt. That's it. You know how Nigerians pass mark. Well, we'll leave it here today on the Business Day Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but I've seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First
E&P for this bright opportunity, because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, reaching you live from Business Day Television. I am Destiny Mama, and now the headlines. Naira gains as reserves reach 8-year high of $46 billion. And CBN grants nationwide operational approval to OPay, MoneyPoint, and other fintechs. And meanwhile, the FGN bond auction overshoots 900 billion naira offer, allots 1.54 trillion naira in January. And lastly, Access Holdings charms top activity as all share index edges to 165,517 points. IMF wants budget delays and electioneering could undermine 4% growth outlook. And I will begin today's business news in Nigeria, where the Naira strengthening across Nigeria's foreign exchange markets on Monday, supported by improved liquidity conditions and a significant rise in the country's external reserves to an 8-year high of $46.01 billion. Now, as a foreign exchange market, official data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed the Naira appreciating slightly to 1,418 naira.95 naira per dollar, gaining 2.68 naira from Friday's closing rate of 1,421.63 naira. A similar trend was observed in the parallel markets, where the naira closed at 1,485 naira to the dollar. Now, this marked a marginal gain of 2 naira compared with the 1,487 recorded last week. Nigeria's external reserves have followed a steady upward path, reaching $46.01 billion as of January 2025. This level was last seen in August 2018, when reserves stood at $46.09 billion. And now looking ahead, the CBN projects an average exchange rate of 1,451 naira 0.63 per dollar in late 2025 and 1,400 naira in 2026, supported by improved market efficiency, stronger capital inflows, and economic recovery. And meanwhile, the Central Bank of Nigeria has granted nationwide operational approvals to several financial technology companies and microfinance banks, enabling them to operate across all states. Major digital payment platforms, including OPay and MoneyPoint, are among the firms now authorized to expand beyond their former regional or state licenses. Now, sources indicate that the approvals follow detailed regulatory reviews and operational assessments, ensuring compliance with capital adequacy, corporate governance, and risk management standards. The upgraded status allows these institutions to establish physical outlets, deploy agent networks, and offer financial services nationwide. The CBN says the move will boost financial inclusion, especially in rural areas, with OPay and MoneyPoint agent networks already facilitating payment transfers, bills, and small business banking. Analysts view the decision as recognition of fintech's growing role in Nigeria's financial ecosystem, complementing conventional banks. The national license is expected to drive rapid expansion, improve service delivery, and enhance competition in retail and small business finance. Meanwhile, the federal government of Nigeria raised 1.54 trillion naira at the January 2026 bond auction, underscoring sustained investor confidence in government securities despite a high interest rate environment. The Debt Management Office published the figures following the auction on January 26. The auction reopened 3 existing bonds with total allotment far exceeding the 900 billion naira offered, driven by strong investor demand. And the 18.50% FG in February 2031 bond offered at 300 billion naira received bids totaling 514.54 billion naira, with 398.19 billion naira allotted. The 19.00% FG in February 2034 bond saw subscriptions of about 1.01 trillion naira against a 400 billion naira offer, with 576.33 billion naira allotted. Meanwhile, the 26.60% FG in January 2035 bond offered a 200 billion naira attracted 731.40 billion naira in bids, with 570.16 billion naira allotted. And marginal rates cleared below regional coupon rates, reflecting aggressive bidding. The February 2031, February 2034, and January 2035 bonds cleared at 17.62% and 17.50% and 17.52% respectively. The result indicates strong demand across the yield curve, with investors willing to commit to longer tenors despite broader macroeconomic uncertainties. In other news, the Nigerian Oil Share Index closed in positive territory on January 26, 2026, and rising 5.4 points to 165,517.6, following Friday's modest gain of 114.8 points as the market steadied above the 165,500 level. And trading activity moderated, with volume easing to 601 million shares from 731 million previously, while market capitalization remained flat at 105.9 trillion naira. Chams and Access Holdings led by volume, and while GTCO and Zenith Bank dominated by value. On the gain of board, NP's Microfinance Bank and Morrison Industries advanced 10.00% and 9.97% respectively, while May and Baker and Namath led decliners, falling 10.00% and 9.81%. And Chams topped volume trades with 41.5 million shares, followed by Access Holdings 34.3 million and GTCO 31.5 million. And while GTCO led value transactions at 3.1 billion naira, trailed by Zenith Bank 1.8 billion naira and Nigerian Brewery billion naira. Despite the marginal gains, the market shows limited momentum. Investors re-extend entry points, leaving it vulnerable to short-term pullbacks, even as renewed interest in select large gap stocks could support a broader rally. And still on, analysts have identified stalled budgetary processes and rise in pre-election political activities as key risks to Nigeria's improved economic growth outlook for 2026, which is upward by the International Monetary Fund. According to reports, the IMF projects Nigeria's economy will expand by 4.4% in 2026, underpinning stronger growth across sub-Saharan Africa, which is expected to reach 4.6% in 2026 and 2027 on the back of reforms and macroeconomic stabilization. The IMF's projection broadly aligns with and many reported salary increases range from as low as a few hundred naira to about 5,000 naira, describing the adjustments as largely symbolic. Reacting to the feedback, Chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, said workers had confirmed and pay reductions resulting in slightly higher net pay, and that engagement sessions will be held to ensure proper implementation. However, tax experts caution that higher earners may face increased tax obligations under the graduated structure, raising concern about uneven benefits and potential pressures on household finances. And I will take a short break. When we are back, we will bring you more updates from the Business News Hour. Stay with us.
Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business News Hour. Now, employees of sachet alcohol manufacturers alongside civil society groups have warned of a potential nationwide protest if the ban on sachet alcoholic beverages and PET bottles below 200 millimeters is not reversed. The warning followed the protest on Monday at the Lagos office of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control along the Oshodi-Apapa Expressway, marking the second demonstration within 3 days. According to reports, workers say the ban has disrupted operations and could affect over 5 million Nigerians directly and indirectly. And NAFDAC's Director General Mojisola Adeyeye previously engaged protest leaders. She maintained that the ban would remain in place pending legislative changes. The unions in supporting civil society organizations said they may escalate the action nationwide, warning of job losses, consumer rights concerns, and broader economic consequences if the policy is not reviewed. Now, moving on, a federal government-backed agribusiness policy committee has recommended a formal closure of a current rice import windows, citing falling food inflation and evidence that Nigeria's rice surplus is being driven more by imports than domestic production. According to reports, Nigerians spent over 1 trillion naira importing about 2.4 million metric tons of rice in 2025 using global benchmark prices. And this volume translates to roughly $833 million to $888 million to 1.26 trillion naira at the central bank of Nigeria's prevailing exchange rate. Now, data from the National Agribusiness Policy Mechanism showed Nigeria produced 6.07 million tons of rice in 2025, with total availability at 8.66 million tons, resulting in a 1.1 million ton surplus, mainly driven by high imports rather than domestic output. The policy committee noted that import windows were initially open to combat food inflation above 40%, but with inflation now below 14%, continued reliance on imports undermines domestic producers. The committee also recommended synchronizing any future import interventions with price stabilization measures to protect local farmers and strengthen Nigeria's food security. And now, away from that story, the federal government has allocated 145 million naira in the 2026 appropriation bill for the construction of 10-ton capacity local fish feed mills across Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones, signaling a boost for the country's fisheries sector. According to reports, the government earmarked a total of 149.24 billion naira for Nigeria's marine and blue economy, with 136.4 billion naira directed to capital expenditure, focusing on infrastructure development, safety enhancement, and sector growth. The budget also supports marine protected areas, fisheries stock assessment, artisanal fishermen, coastal blue energy project, and compliance with international maritime conventions. Industry stakeholders, including Mashi Gabriel Sani and Muda Yusuf, welcome the allocations, highlighting their potential to reduce feed costs, improve productivity, and strengthen Nigeria's fisheries and broader blue economy. And now, in a major development, the Police Service Commission and Nigeria's police force have announced a 2-week extension for the ongoing recruitment of 50,000 constables, and over 400,000 applications has been received for the available positions, highlighting strong nationwide interest. And the PSC spokesperson, Toti Njoku, stated that the application portal, which opened on December 15, 2025, will now close on February 8, 2026. Now, the extension follows a review revealing disparities in state participation. And while states such as Adamawa, Benue, and Kaduna recorded high application numbers in order, including Lagos, Ogun, Bayelsa, Ebonyi, and Anambra showed lower submissions. The extension aimed to ensure equitable representation across all states. Njoku encouraged eligible Nigerians, particularly from states with fewer applications, to apply via the official portal. And state governments, community leaders, religious bodies, and civil society organizations have been asked to mobilize citizens in support of fair, transparent recruitment process. And then, while the Nigerian Customs Service NCS reported one of the strongest performances in recent history, generating 7.281 trillion naira in revenue in 2025, surpassing its annual target of 6.584 trillion naira. Now, this represents a 10% positive variance and a 19% year-on-year increase from 6.1 trillion naira collected in 2024. Controller General Bashiru Adewale Adeniyi attributed the growth to tighter border controls and the deployment of new digital systems. Speaking at the 2026 International Customs Day in Abuja, themed Customs Protecting Society Through Vigilance and Commitment, Adeniyi also launched the time-release study TRS, highlighting persistent port inefficiencies that cost Nigeria about 3 trillion naira annually. And beyond revenue, NC has intensified enforcement, recording over 2,500 seizures valued at more than 59 billion naira, covering narcotics, counterfeit, pharmaceuticals, arms, vehicles, and substandard consumer goods. And notable interceptions included 16 containers of prohibited items at the Papa Port and over 1,600 trafficked exotic birds at airports. The TRA has revealed clearance delays ranging from 46 to 118 days, stressing the need for coordinated action among terminal operators, shipping lines, banks, and regulatory agencies. And looking ahead, Adeniyi emphasized a strategy focused on intelligence-led enforcement, procedural reforms to reduce clearance times and stronger stakeholder collaboration, and to ensure safe and efficient trade. And now to wrap up the business news hour, global gold prices surged to historic levels on Monday, with bullion climbing past $5,000 per ounce amid heightened global uncertainty and a shift towards safe haven assets. Spot gold hit around $5,100 in trading, marking an unprecedented milestone for the precious metal. Analysts said the rally reflects growing investor anxiety over geopolitical tensions, trade policy risk, and concerns about the U.S. economy, which have weakened the dollar and boosted demand for assets viewed as stores of value. And silver gold system metal also reached record highs above $100 per ounce, further underscoring strong precious metal interest. And gold's sharp rise built on significant gains in 2025 when prices climbed more than 60%, driven by central bank buying, safe haven demand, and expectations of looser monetary policy. Investors remain focused on upcoming U.S. Federal Reserve policy decisions, which could influence gold's trajectory as markets weigh economic risk and currency dynamics. And with this, we'll wrap up today's Business News Hour. I am Destiny Momo. Thank you for joining us, and stay with Business Day Television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and insights shaping the business world. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it, People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
That I had dropped out because I was spending more time in home stores than I was in my lectures. Then I got a job with a pharmaceutical company, worked there for a few years, and then my babies started to arrive. And after my third son was born, I realized I needed more suitable hours as a mom to young children, but the company I worked for wouldn't, give it to me. But the day I realized that, the day I got the email from them, multitude of thoughts and decisions and fears and uncertainties, and they're all jumbled up together. And so when I get my pen and paper out, what I do is just pour everything on paper, and then suddenly what looks like 100 problems, I can see that out of the 10, 6 of them are imaginations, they are assumptions. There is no evidence that it's going to happen. There is no evidence that I should be going in that direction. It's just fear with real problems that I can deal with, mind, and address it without letting it become the trigger for impulsive actions.
I've begun to study this conversation and I'm really inspired. So we hear a lot of wins when it comes to businesses. A lot of people, talk about the awards. We talk about the massive invitations to certain exclusive places. Is it always like that with businesses?
Not at all, no. The truth about it is most business owners only share their wins. Many people don't share their challenges. And it's not always because hey, I want you to think I'm doing so well. I believe that much of it is because we associate failure with shame. And so we're reluctant to share the failures. We're reluctant to share what's not working. I speak very openly on my business journey, how tough it's been. I talk about my mistakes. I talk about my fears. And I do that because when I was at rock bottom after I lost my first business and lost everything I ever owned, I was searching for another story that would encourage and tell me that what I was going through was normal and that I wasn't handpicked for this diabolical experience of losing everything, and I couldn't find any. And I vowed that I did find one, and that was Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx. So she told her story, and I vowed that when I get back on my feet, I'm so going to tell my story over and over, because I want people to know that the journey is tough, and tough does not mean wrong.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Now, talking about people that inspire us, who is one person in the business world that you would love to have coffee with?
Definitely Sarah Blakely.
Why?
Well, she reminds me of me. And her reminding me of me has given me permission over the years to be me. Because we're all unique. All of us are different. Everyone's got their own ways, right? But then we have this thing called formal education that tells us there is only one way for things to be done, or it gives us a very narrow corridor within which there are a few options of the routes you should take in life or business. And when you start to realize how different you are, and your desire is to walk a completely different path, or your ideas are wild and wacky, it becomes difficult to do that if you don't see that other people actually do it. And that's what Sarah Blakely is. Like, she's got the craziest business stories. When she launched her brand, Spanx, I mean, even just to even get it launched, she finally got it into department stores. And what she would do was call her friends in different states and beg them to go and buy it, and she would send them the money because she wanted to create a buzz. That is wacky, that's crazy. And then she would say to them, go to the store and ask for Spanx. And when they give it to you, don't just say thank you. Say, oh my goodness, I've been looking for this everywhere. Thank you so much. And that's how this woman built her business. So I love her to bits. I love the fact that she is open about her journey. I love the fact that she's very non-conventional, because it allows me, people like me, to be non-conventional too.
Okay, I don't know. I feel like I don't want this interview to be very short. Maybe you can spend the whole day with us.
Yeah, we can do that. I can talk about business all day.
Okay, so your business is based mainly in the UK at the moment, and you're branching out to other countries. Coming to Nigeria, there are a lot of fears for people that want to come over here and start their businesses, but you're doing it. So what are some of the things that you feel drew you back to Nigeria?
Well, first of all, I am Nigerian, so I was raised here. My heart has never left Nigeria. When I left to go to the UK, I left in the early 90s, and late 80s, early 90s, there was an exodus, a mass exodus of young Nigerians leaving, because things were tough, things were changing. Like, there was a massive shift in our economy at the time. Universities were constantly on strike, and many of us exited and we left. But when I left, my intention was not to leave to stay there. My intention was to come back. I thought I was going to university because my personal issue wasn't so much as the economy, but mine was I had a lecturer that was hitting on me, and my father said to me, the issue is that this is a common problem in all universities in Nigeria. Even if you changed your school, you will run into the same problem. What do you want to do? And of course, you know, the US and the UK are excellent in PR, and many of us who grew up here in Nigeria always looked at them as big brother, right? Like, we would see them as, you know, the aspiration, the place we all want to go to. Even now we've got the term Japa syndrome, you know, and everybody thinks that it is some sort of, like, if there's a hierarchy of places, they are right at the top. So when, the opportunity came, my dad said, what do you want to do? I was born in Scotland in the UK. I said, I want to go back. All my friends were moving, and I just thought this would be cool. I could eat eggs and sausages and watch Sesame Street all day long, and and all of that stuff. The intention wasn't to go and live there. But I get there and eventually get into university, and then I get married. And before I know it, I'm setting roots down there. So my family is still here. My parents and my brothers live here. So I'm here every year, multiple times a year, so I can spend time with family. But more importantly, every time I come here, I realize that there is the absence of a ceiling when I come here. So in the UK where I live, I didn't know when I moved there. I was there for 5 years before I came back to visit for the first time.
Wow.
Yeah, because back then it wasn't, you couldn't just jump on a plane, like you had to see and just start coming. It was a big deal, So I was there for 5 years, and when I came the first time, my entire time in the UK, I still am so thankful to God that I grew up in Nigeria, because in Nigeria, we don't grow up as black kids, we grow up as kids. There is no black woman, there's no black man, we're just people, right? So then I go to the UK and I'm being called by the color of my skin, which didn't really bother me. I just thought it was different. But because I had the grounding here, I didn't have a chip on my shoulder or a fear of racism or anything like that. Like I didn't even recognize racism because there was nothing to compare it with. We don't experience it here. But when people were being racist, if they were, I just chalked it down to poor upbringing or rudeness. Like I didn't know what it looked like. I was young as well, So as far as I was concerned, the freedom I had growing up in Nigeria, I also believed I had it in the UK. And that was how I lived my life. I did not think there was any limitation until I get to Murtala Muhammed Airport and I literally felt a ceiling lift from my head. I can't explain it any other way. It felt like the ceiling had been removed and the sky became my limit. And that was the first time I realized that there is an intangible and invisible limitation, and it's all in the mind. And it's not to say that when you get there, it's automatically there, but it means that you've got to work hard to maintain the freedom you have as an African while you're there. Part of it is obviously because it's a different culture. There's only like 6%, if that, black people in the UK. So it's a completely different culture. So coming back home has always been, there has never been any question about it. Obviously now I have a family, I'm married, I have children, and everyone's settled in England. But coming back to Nigeria, it feels very much like freedom. So it's always going to be an attraction for me.
So what would you say to other people who want to make this bold step as well to start their businesses right here in Nigeria?
So if this is for Nigerians or for people outside of Nigeria?
Everyone, but mostly those outside of Nigeria.
Right. So bad news travels fast. We're more likely to hear the negatives than we do the positives, and that's the truth. Yes, of course, you've got to be careful, but that's the same for every country that you go to. There are certain parts of London that, I walk through central London and I'm not holding my phone at all because it can get snatched from me. That is a very real situation that happens on a daily basis. So there are bad areas in every country in the world. But of course, the loudest voices are always going to be the negative voices. So you have to be intentional about the news you're keying into. If you want to come to Nigeria to start a business, it's not to say that it's smooth sailing, but the nature of business is that it's not smooth sailing. Nigeria, there is a different language and a different culture. So if you're coming from abroad, you cannot come here with your Abroadian culture and language and try and force fit it into the Nigerian culture. You've got to learn the ways, you have to learn the limitations, you've got to learn the obstacles and the challenges, and you have to figure out how to navigate it. So there really isn't anything to fear if you really have that desire to be here. And for Nigerians who live here who want to start a business, I can understand the uncertainties, because we really are living in uncertain times. And it's not just Nigeria, it's all over over the world. There's a lot of craziness that's going on around the world. So if you are in Nigeria and you're looking to start a business, my advice would be, number one, be introspective. I always start with introspection because you cannot change what you don't know. Very often we assume that the problems are external, and yes, there are external obstacles and there are external problems, but I believe the greater ones are internal. So if you're going to navigate this uncertain world of business, you have to tune inwards and find out, what is it inside of me that's likely to trip me up? I need to know what that is.
Okay. So I would like us to go back to the beginning of the journey of your business. When was the time when you set up everything, you're doing the work, you're getting your clients? So when was the first time when you sat down and felt, I think I'm really doing this now? When was that?
You know what? That has happened multiple times, and then a crash happens. So I would think, okay, finally things are moving smoothly. Finally things are going smoothly. And then I get some bit of disappointing news, or I get an obstacle. That is just the nature of entrepreneurship. It's not smooth sailing. But I feel like I am there now. And I'm almost hesitant to say so. And it's only because I look back and I think, okay, let's start with the fact, Tokes, that you started your business with $75, and then today you've got a flagship boutique and you're in the most desired and most prestigious department store in the whole world. And the journey from $75 to being in Harrods or being in Chelsea has obviously not been a smooth one, but my memory latches onto the challenges. And I think that's human nature, because we're looking to protect ourselves from danger. We look out for anything that's dangerous, right? And so when I look back on my journey, I realize that I have had many moments where I could say I've definitely elevated, or I've definitely moved on to the next level. But I don't store those moments in my mind, and it's not on purpose. It's just being human, that and looking out for danger, and I'm remembering all the things that didn't go well. So I've got to be intentional about that.
Yeah, you have to be. So what is one odd or unexpected habit that you have that our audience is not aware of?
Whoa, an unexpected habit. A good habit or a bad habit?
I'll leave that to you to decide.
I would go with a bad one. And it's the way that I don't always recognize my uniqueness, and I don't always recognize my greatness. And it's this, everybody has got uniqueness and greatness in them. So I'm not saying that I'm greater than anybody else, but I don't always recognize it. And what I end up doing is trying to chisel the parts of me that stick out so that I can blend in and be like everyone else. And yet it is that uniqueness that makes me special.
Very profound. I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot from this conversation, and I hope that our audience and those who are listening to us, of course, at home, are learning a lot from this conversation, this very wonderful conversation. So when things get tough, like you've mentioned, like entrepreneurship is not something that is like, in Nigeria we say eating bread and drinking tea. It's not easy like that. So when things get tough, who is one person that you go to?
Well, my husband. I mean, I have a great support system. My husband he's the first person I vent to. I've got a few wonderful friends, I've got a small group of best friends that I know that I can call them in the middle of the night and talk to them, and they would pick the phone up and they would talk me out of my foolishness. And my friends all play very different roles in my life. So yeah, I do that. And of course I've got my faith. I'm sorry, I know you said one person,
no
but
problem,
my life
no
is
problem.
I've got my faith in God. I speak to God constantly. I'm in a season now, and I pray that I never revert back to the previous season, but I'm in a season now where I am really listening to God. Like, I'm really listening to everything He tells me, and even the ridiculous and the painful, and I'm trying so hard to work in obedience.
I'm a Christian as well. So I can really relate to what you're saying. Like, there are some times that God takes us on specific assignments and we're just like, I don't know how that's going to make sense, but since you're the one asking me to go, I'm just going to go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so if you were to start again from the beginning, what are 5 things that you would tell yourself with everything you know now and all your experiences?
The first thing I would say that it's not smooth sailing, and that's okay. I find that for many of us, we have an expectation of, I was on a chat recently and the person said linear. We have an expectation that life is linear, you know, and when it's not linear, we think something is wrong. So we end up getting to obstacles and we give up our goal and we kneel down before the obstacle and begin to hack away at it, and that becomes our goal, that we must level that obstacle. So the first thing I would tell myself would be, life is not linear, business is not linear. The second thing I would say will be, it's going to be okay. There are some words and phrases that have become cliches, and because they're cliches, we don't trust them. But if you consider the fact that it became a cliche, that so many people found it to be true, that they repeated it, it must be true. It must hold some truth. And it's going to be okay is one of my friends, Titi, she says that all the time. Everything's going to be okay. She's very blasé about life and everything. And she's always right, you know. So second would be, it's going to be okay. The third would be, create boundary lines around your heart. Not everybody has earned the right to see your soul naked. So you've got to create boundary lines around your heart so that you do not expose the most precious part of you to the wrong people, but also so that the wrong information doesn't filter into the most precious part of you. Where are we now? That's on 3, right?
That's 3.
That's
yes,
3.
yes.
Okay. 4 would be a bit related, but know who your friends are. You know, handpick people, good people, and put them in your life. If you recognize the goodness in a person, if you recognize a personality and a character trait that is trustworthy, in full of integrity, loving, kind, these features, these values that we struggle to find today, hold on to them for dear life. I'm learning that now, even as an employer, where I've been doing a little bit more recruiting than previously, and I'm like, oh, but we do an interview, you're amazing, you're great, I don't even know what you're going to do in the business, but come on in because we want you, you know, I will figure it out later. So make sure you surround yourself with good people, learn how to recognize them. And the final one will be, pay attention to your soul. You know, pay attention to who you really are on the inside. We all live very busy lives, you know, we all have so much that's clamoring for our attention, but don't allow that to be the noise on the outside to become the noise on the inside. You know, so pay attention to what the child in you, the person inside of you is saying, and what they're craving and what they want. Don't go with the status quo. Don't go with societal expectations or cultural expectations. Just listen to who you really are.
Like I said, I don't want this interview to end. Well, we have come to the final question, which is, at the end of everything, what is one legacy that you want your business to leave?
I want my business to change the lives of people. I really
Sorry.
do. It's fine. I didn't see that coming. I've never ever done this before. Ever cried or tried to come close to crying. But I think what it is has been here on this trip. You know, I'm speaking to waitresses.
Sorry. Can we get tissue, anyone?
Ooh, this is blowing my own mind.
Sorry.
It's okay, don't worry. It's
Yeah,
fine.
that
It's
is
okay. Oh, I'm so sorry, you guys. I didn't see this coming. But I'm speaking to a lot of young people, and I'm just I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing. Wow. I'm shocking myself.
Sorry.
It's okay. See if I have some tissue. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing. You know, just people who just want to live a good life. You know, they just want to run their businesses. They just want to live, you know. They're not asking for too much. They want to build a small clothing business and sell their goods and not have to pay all their money towards, you know, light. And like you said, that lady whose stuff got demolished, you know, they don't want that. They just want to live a life, you know. And I want my legacy and the legacy of my business to be that it helped people. You know, that it made a difference in the lives of people, and people were blessed because they met me.
That's so profound. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope I haven't ruined your interview.
You haven't. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
For coming and, you know, honoring this interview. I'm sure anyone who will listen to you, I don't know for other people, but for me, I have been blessed just sitting down with you.
Oh,
it feels
thank
like
you.
You know, when you buy a book and you're reading and you're trying to like get something. That's exactly how I feel. I know that our audience is going to enjoy this conversation. Anyways, we have to cut it right here. Until next time, this is Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, and our guest today was Tokes, the CEO and Chief Steward at the Baby Cut Shop. Bye.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy. This is where business meets perspective, with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy.
Now, this is a Business Day Television Midday Bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Dangote Refinery raises PMS gantry price to 799 naira and retail at 839 naira. And federal government bond auction overshoots 900 billion naira offer at odds 1.54 trillion naira in January. And Access Holdings and Champs top activity as all share index edges 165,517 points. And pay cuts boost workers' take-home pay in January 2026, says Oyedele. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. And Dangote Petroleum Refinery has raised the gantry price of premium motor spirit from 699 naira per litre to 799 naira per litre. The development was announced by the refinery in a statement issued on Monday evening. Following the adjustment, MRS Oil Nigeria PLC filling station supplied by the refinery will now sell petrol to motorists at 839 naira per litre, marking an end to the temporary price support introduced during the festive period. The refinery said the adjustment reflects a return to what it described as sustainable pricing levels, while reiterating its commitment to market stability and uninterrupted nationwide supply of petrol. The statement noted that the intervention was designed to promote affordability and calm in the downstream petroleum market at a time of elevated consumer spending. And meanwhile, the federal government of Nigeria has allotted a total of 1.54 trillion naira at its January 2026 bond auction, demonstrating sustained investor confidence in government securities despite a high interest rate environment. The figures were published by the Debt Management Office following the auction held on January 26, 2026, featuring the reopening of 3 existing bond instruments with total allotments significantly exceeding the amount initially offered. The DMO had put a combined 900 billion naira an offer across the 3 bonds as investor appetite pushed total allotment well above that level, reflecting continued confidence in FGN securities and the attractiveness of prevailing yields, while settlements for all successful bids is scheduled for January 28, 2026. The data shows strong investor demand across all maturities on offer, with each of the 3 reopened bonds recording oversubscription, while longer-dated instruments attracted particularly robust interest despite wide bid ranges. The auction results point to strong demand across the yield curve, with investors willing to lock in longer tenors despite uncertainty in the broader macroeconomic environment. And still on, the Nigerian Oil Share Index closed the trading session on 26 January 2026 in positive territory, edging up 5.4 points to 165,517.6 points. Now, this followed Friday's session when the index gained 114.8 points as the market steadied just above the 165,500 mark, reflecting cautious investor sentiment. And trading activity moderated, with volume easing to 601 million shares from 731 million shares recorded in the previous session, while market capitalization remained flat at 105.9 trillion naira. Now, on the gainers chart, NBF Microfinance Bank and Morrison Industries recorded strong performances, advancing 10.00% and 9.97% respectively, while May and Baker and Amet on the flip side led the decliners, shedding 10.00% and 9.81%. And Chams dominated trading activity by volume with 41.5 million shares exchanged, followed by Access Holding GTCO, while Zenith Bank and Tantalizers rounded out the top 5 by volume, recording trades of 25.9 million and 25.0 million shares respectively. And coming up, pay courts boost workers take-home pay in January 2026, says UAW. This and more after the short break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome back to Midday Bulletin. Now, the chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, Taiwo Oyedele, says Nigerian workers are beginning to see higher take-home pay following a reduction in pay-as-you-earn deductions under the country's newly implemented tax laws. Oyedele revealed these in a post on X on Monday, citing feedback from employees who have received their January 2026 salaries. According to him, early indications suggest that the new tax framework is already easing the tax burden on workers, particularly salary earners, whose taxes are deducted at source. Now, the development comes as the federal government begins implementing sweeping tax reforms aimed at improving disposable income, supporting economic growth, and simplifying tax administration across the country. The tax committee chair revealed that the drop in payee deductions reflects the early impact of recently enacted tax reforms designed to reduce the tax burden on workers, adding that the reforms are particularly beneficial for employees whose income taxes are deducted directly by their employers. Now, away from that, through checked baggage on select routes. Now, under the agreement, Emirates passengers can now connect beyond the 13 Nigerian cities already served on Air Peace's network to Banjul in Gambia and Dakar in Senegal via Abidjan, while they can also travel to Freetown in Sierra Leone and Monrovia in Liberia via Accra, expanding coverage across West and Central Africa. Now, this also removes the need for passengers to collect and recheck luggage when connecting between Air Peace and Emirates flights, while expanding access to a wider range of regional and international routes. And now to end the local news, the National Industrial Court in Abuja has scheduled January 27 to rule on an application seeking to restrain workers of the Federal Capital Territory Administration from continuing their strike. According to report, Justice Emmanuel Sobelim adjourned the matter for ruling after hearing submissions from counsel to both parties. The suit filed by Nyesom Wike, Minister of the FCT, and the FCTA seeks a court order compelling the striking workers to resume duties, while the strike, which began last week, was triggered by unresolved welfare issues, including unpaid salaries, promotion arrears, and poor working conditions. Counsel to the respondents, Maxwell Okpara, requested that the Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress be joined as parties arguing that it would make any court order binding on them, while James Onoja, counsel to the minister, opposed the application, stating that the suit was instituted against individuals not registered under the Trade Union Act. And Justice Sobelim ruled that the court could not join additional parties not listed by the claimants, noting that the case was brought specifically against the two named respondents.
We are talking about a government that is ready to listen. The mediation was going on, and then they came to court. And then there are processes to be followed before you declare strike. That process is not followed. Apart from the fact that the people that called the strike are illegal body. JUAC is not registered under the Trade Union Act, and because of that, they cannot call a strike. So this strike is illegal. That is our contention, and that's what we're arguing before the court.
One of their prayers before this court is asking court to order the defendants to unlock the gate. I don't know whether you get what I'm saying, and to stop the strike and to resume work. These are their reliefs pending before the court. Court is now trying to look at the reason why he should make an order directing them to go and open the gate. As we speak now, the alarm that the minister have used the police and the army to unlock that particular place. That amounts to contempt of court. And we are now calling on Mr. President. This particular minister is making your government more unpopular. Yes. You don't do that, because you came to court asking court to order these people to unlock the gate, and the court graciously abridged the time, order facilitated hearing. Only for you this morning to move police, move the army to go and open the gate. You want the foreign investor to come and invest in a society that cannot obey the rule of law? No. This is shameful.
Coming up, African nations now send more money to China than they receive in new loans. We'll bring you these and more after this commercial break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But that's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the
You're still watching the Midday Bulletin, and now moving on to Africa. Now, China's role as a leading financier to developing nations has shifted over the past decade, with new loans to poorer countries have fallen sharply, while debt repayments continue to rise, according to analysis released by One Data. Now, the inaugural report by the One Data initiative found that many low and middle income countries, particularly in Africa, are now transferring more funds to China in debt payments than they receive in fresh financing from the world's second largest economy. According to reports, the swing has coincided with a surge in net financing from multilateral institutions, which have become the main source of development finance once debt service outflows are taken into account. Analysis shows that multilateral lenders increased net financing by 124% over the past decade and now provide 56% of net flows, equivalent to $379 billion between 2020 and 2024, while the report also highlighted a broader decline in bilateral finance flows and private external debt, with trends likely to be exacerbated by aid cuts from 2025 onward. And also, senior Tanzania Minister Kitila Nkumbo revealed on Monday that the country is expecting to sign before June a deal for its stalled project to construct a $42 billion and liquefied natural gas plant with production set to start in 8 years' time. Equinor and Shell are joint operators of the mega gas project, which would unlock 47.13 trillion cubic feet of natural gas deposits, while ExxonMobil, Pavilion Energy, Medco Energy, and Tanzania's national oil company, TPDC, are partners. And according to reports, the development was stalled by proposed government changes to a financial agreement reached in 2023. Along with ones in neighboring Mozambique, Tanzania's project is expected to assist in establishing the East Africa region as an emerging LNG export hub to Asia. Nkumbo added that Tanzania's President Samia Suluhu Hassan, had instructed the central bank to sell some gold from its reserves. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. The European Commission has launched a new formal investigation against social media platform X under the Digital Service Act over sexual deepfakes. Now, this is according to a statement published on the European Commission's website amid concerns that Grok was used to generate non-consensual sexually explicit images, prompting investigations and regulatory actions in other countries like the UK, Malaysia, and Indonesia. According to the European Commission, the new investigation will assess whether X properly assessed and mitigated risk related to the dissemination of illegal content in the EU, such as manipulated sexually explicit images, including content that may amount to child sexual abuse material. And the EU revealed that these risks seem to have materialized, exposing citizens in the EU to serious harm, adding that X must also conduct and submit an ad hoc risk assessment report for Grok's functionalities that could have a critical impact on the platform's risk profile prior to deployment. And also, a Tokyo court has asked Pyongyang to pay 88 million Japanese to 4 people who were lured to North Korea decades ago by a propaganda scheme. The plaintiff said the knot was marketed to them as paradise on earth, but instead found themselves subject to harsh conditions, including forced labor. Among this ruling is largely symbolic, with no real way to enforce it, while North Korea has for years ignored the lawsuit, and with its leader Kim Jong not responding to Japanese court summons. And meanwhile, the ruling, which comes after a years-long legal battle in Japanese courts, has been hailed by the plaintiff's lawyer as historic. And I will bring you the sport news after the short break. Stay with us. And you're welcome back, and now moving on to sports news. Bayern Munich sporting director Max Eber confirmed on Monday that the Bavarians have officially entered negotiations to extend Hurricanes' contract. The 32-year-old England captain will join the Bundesliga giants in 2023. He's currently under contract until 2027, as Eber acknowledged ongoing talk to keep the England star. And club CEO Jean Christian Driesen also struck a relaxed tone regarding Kane's future, insisting there is no urgency from the club's perspective. And the German champions are 8 points clear at the top of the league this season, sitting second in a 36-team Champions League table. While the strikers' impact has been immense, scoring 119 goals in 126 appearances for Bayern, alongside 30 assists. And Kane has netted 34 goals in 30 matches this season, with 21 goals in 19 Bundesliga games, while on course to break the single-season league record of 41 goals set by Robert Lewandowski in 2020 to 2021 campaign. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Media Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles mastering in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable apps, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Our industry focus on the way. And as usual, like you know, we do this thing like we're born to do it. Some will say, others say skill. Anyways, it is industry focus. Let's give you that which you need. Normally, we will bring your way all the happenings going on in our industry, so you stay with us. That is the reason why we do it every 12:30 right here. Highlights will come your way, economic and business values, and how it affects the GDP of Nigeria. More importantly, Nigerians globally. Welcome to Industry Focus. Most definitely, here are our segments of the day. One quote on the day, at the same time, real estate and how it affects Nigerians. Secondly, I will throw your way retrospect on real estate. Then secondly, or rather thirdly, Captain's opinion with our fantastic guest, Chika Okeke, principal consultant broker, Gainesville Realty. Gainesville Realty, I use that word, better still. Kind of sound alike, but it's okay. All right, then of course, topic here, we're looking at royal way to make it happen. At the same time, the role of real estate development when it comes to the agenda we're talking about here. All this coming your way. Plus, deal or no deal, you don't want to miss anything for the world. They say federal government plans to reform the real estate sector. Stay with me. We'll be right back. When you come Valentine's, my name. This is Industry Focus. We'll be right back. Welcome back. All right, our quotes for today, two of them, but one first and foremost should touch you a little bit more. It says here, 90% of all millionaires become so through owning real estate. I take it again, it says 90 of all millionaires become so through owning real estate. You might agree with me, you might disagree with me. Well, my guest is right here to break it down. Then our second quote here says, quite interesting, I like the second quote. It says, buying real estate is not only the best way, it is the quickest way and safest way, but the only way to become wealthy. Take that to the bank. They might give you money. Don't forget to bring 10% here for those who made it happen. All right. So let's jump into this retrospect very quickly so that you get to understand why real estate is quite important. So, with years moving through by high market volatilization, or put this way, high market issues and economy hardship, including accelerating inflation and hike in customer price, real estate in Nigeria has gone through a lot. Some will say it holds its ground as that which makes it more, reliable when it comes to the sector, financial investment, high-level buildings, and numerous residential projects. Whichever you call it, the question is this. Now, is this going to be sustainable? All this we'll be asking our guest because of the challenges we have. So let's look to our guest. So just our guest, Chika Okeke, is the principal consultant and broker of Gainesville Realty, a boutique real estate advisory firm focused on high value residential and investment properties across key growth corridors in Lagos and beyond. With a strong grounding in real estate brokerage, market analysis, and investment advisory, Chika leads property transactions from strategy to execution, representing clients across full spectrum of buying, selling, leasing, and portfolio positioning. Her role, there's more. Her role centers on aligning clients' objectivity with market opportunities, ensuring each transaction delivers optimum value, clarity, and long-term returns. I can go on and on and on. She's also a broadcaster too. But let me jump to our guest. Chika,
Valentine, thank you so much. How noble, how kind of you. I feel very welcomed. And I'm excited to be here. Let's have it. Let's have it.
Let's have it, right? Okay. I know that for a while there's always been media.
Yeah.
But at some points you probably started going for the big bucks.
Okay.
And so
You say so.
And so you chose, real estate, how do you pronounce it? Realty.
Real estate.
Okay, real estate.
And they say realty, yeah.
Okay, realty.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hope I got it correct.
Yeah.
But before we jump into the hard questions, our viewers have thrown some questions my way.
Absolutely.
But let us first find out, how is real estate at the moment?
It's the best of both worlds. You know how it is with in any developing system or in developing countries, you have the highs and the lows.
Right.
And then you have all of those inconsistencies in between. But there's potential. There's huge potential. Okay. If you look at the stats for 2024, for instance, real estate contributed 5.4% to our nation's GDP. That tells you that real estate is a strong economic player. And then 5% of our economic output as well also came from real estate. At the end of 2025, keep in mind that real estate was projected to hit 2.25 trillion. Right. In terms of market value. And so what that says to you is real estate is the core. It is the core, for everything that we do and say. And there's this very base, simple definition of real estate, but it helps to put things in proper perspective. We often say that real estate is everything on land, everything above it, and everything under it.
Okay.
If you open your eyes, your mind's eyes, to the potential that lies there in that definition, then you can understand why real estate is very centric to everything we do, whether we're gearing for national development, we're gearing for economic growth. And that's why policymakers who understand, who know what policy is about, they know for a fact that policies that will hit the mark and hit the ground running such that we can get impactful economic development that is sustainable, that is long-term, has to be centered on key core foundational pillars of any economy. And that's real estate. You cannot do nothing. No other sector can function in abstraction. We're in the studio, for instance. This is real estate. In the manufacturing sector, they need warehousing, right? In tech, you need offices, you need data centers. The healthcare sector needs hospitals, needs labs. Tourism. The tourism industry needs hotels, needs resorts. And so there's practically nothing that you can do that real estate isn't serving. And so when policymakers understand that fact, then they can then position and do the work that's required so that we can see the results that we desperately want to see in our economy.
See the results that we desperately want to see in our economy. Chika, you're hitting this thing on the head.
I have to.
I must say that it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
All right, those of you back home watching, I have got Chika Okeke in the building. We've just barely scratched the surface. More is coming your way. Our key questions here, which they've thrown at me to ask you.
Absolutely.
Now, they say, based on the capital catalyst question, it says here, a development around the agenda needs some form of capital, right?
Yeah.
It's always an issue. Capital, money, how do you get money to start all these things? But more importantly, how can someone who wants to get into this whole thing strategically now say, I want to do this thing. I don't have the money, but even if I have the money, will it be a viable option? Will it be a successful, business venture moving forward within those angles? Looking at REIT and all that stuff.
So real estate is a sector that doesn't beg for capital. It attracts it, right? If it is done right.
It attracts.
It attracts. If it is done and structured right. Because like I've said before, real estate governs how we live, where we live, how we work, how we learn, how we heal, how we rest. Like human existence, the bane of human existence falls back to real estate. And so when you understand that instruments, for instance, like REITs that you mentioned, it enables us to take cash that's just lying there. Some people earn pensions. Some people have savings. They don't know what to do with it. There's diaspora capital. There's retail investors who are looking for where to push their funds. But you see, what real estate does now is with instruments like real estate investment trust, it provides you a transparent way to come together. So it's not just you. So regardless of how little you have, you can come together and infuse those funds that are just lying there into national assets.
Right.
Productive national assets. So we are talking about malls, we're talking about commercial spaces, logistics, offices, housing, of course, which is the basic need, one of the most important basic needs of man, and even infrastructure linked projects. This is the way that we can begin to see development in any nation. Look at countries like the UAE, countries like China, countries like Singapore. How were they able to become industrialized in so quick a time? It's because they paid attention to the intentionality of how they use land, how land is used, the regulation of housing and urban planning. And so those are models that we can emulate if we're serious about the business. And investors, international investors too, are everywhere, but they're looking for certain things. They're not just looking for returns, they're looking for scale, they're looking for stability, they're looking for exit routes for their investment. One beautiful thing about real estate is that it is tangible, so it's always going to be there. You don't need to maintain it. Like if you get land in its real form, it's just lying there, piling up on appreciation. You don't need to do so much. It's tangible, it's something you can feel, you can touch. It's always there, it's immobile. So real estate is tangible, it's inflation hedged. Whether or not the prices go back and forth, you acquire real estate, you've locked in the price that you entered into that investment with. It can only go up if certain things are in place, if growth factors are in place. So real estate is tangible, it's inflation hedged, and it is long term. All of this ensures that if you're a small-time investor who is looking to start small, you can come together, crowdfund, invest as a team. Everything is set up in trust, and you can make the most of your returns. Real estate is not crypto that you can say something is going to come out. It is there, tangible, and it's a very safe, secure. If you do it right and do due diligence, it's a very safe and practical way to invest, and the returns can be mind-blowing if you keep in mind the most important things like location, where development is headed, and go there before it gets there.
Go there before it gets there. Stay with us here before you get, I didn't get that rhyme correctly, but that's fine. All right, so
I like your attempt at rhyme. You sure that should be your main hustle?
I'm thinking so. But again, they say real estate pays more money, so I should stick
That's
to that.
what everybody says.
I mean, that's the truth. If you look at it, people in real estate, when I see them go to the bank, they always come down smiling. I'm like, wait a minute, how much you guys will make in this business?
If you're doing the work, you're going to smile and cry. For instance, from a developer point of view, if you're doing the work, if you're not embezzling people's funds, you're doing the work because it's a tough terrain to do business in. Nigeria can sometimes pose you with very difficult challenges. The ease of doing business in this country is something that we're still grappling with. So if you're a developer who is doing the work, I mean, maybe in the long term, yes, the returns will come. But if you're doing the work, providing quality,
the
profit margins are not as ridiculous as people make it out to be. Unless you're cutting corners somewhere.
So someone watching,
and we see that a lot.
Someone watching at home now thinking, I want to make a lot of money. I don't want to cut corners. But how quick can I make this money? What should be the biggest fear?
The biggest fear is that you can bite yourself in the foot from the get-go. I'll give you an example. Some people go into development and they say, I've heard there's money in real estate, and the money is actually in the development side of things. And now you go, okay, I want to put up in the market a development, 2-bedroom apartments, right? And I want to sell off plan, because with off plan, even if I don't have all the money, because capital financing for developers is one of the major hurdles. It's a bone in the neck. Okay, so you don't have all the funds to flow that investment, and you say, okay, you know what, I'll do 12 units. I want to sell 5 units off plan, and then I can take from the initial deposit that investors have made and start the project. As we move on and hit each milestone, more payments can begin to come in. But you forget there's inflation.
Yeah, inflation.
It's just there waiting pretty. You have promised investors you will deliver 2-bedroom at 60 million naira, and they have paid you 30 million naira upfront, and you're going to use 12 months to complete the project. And now you're just 3 months into the project, and the bag of cement is no longer what it's saying. You have to buy iron rods, regardless of the and the prices keep changing every week. How do you deliver on what you have promised at the rate that you have promised and deliver exactly what you have promised? If you promised me 90 square meters for the living room, how do you not see what I'm saying? So, and that's why a lot of developers, it's hard to go into, development projects where you can create impact, which is mass housing, which is affordable housing, which is mixed use project. It's expensive to go into projects like that. Developers chase the luxury margins because that's where you can make money. So you just build few units, you sell quickly, because time is everything in real estate.
Time is everything in real estate.
Time is everything in real estate.
Time is also really big here on TV too.
Yes.
Real estate is important. Like you said, without
Absolutely.
real estate, a lot of things cannot work. Now, talking about real estate and challenges, which would you say, as a consultant, which would you say can really help you, break even? I'm dropping all the questions now to the one that actually matter the most. I mean, look at Greater Lagos on TV. As someone who is, trying to make sure you get the mark there so that globally you're known. I'm thinking, as a consultant, what's the blueprint question? What's the first thing that will come to your mind? Would you say, since Nigeria is not giving you everything that you want, right? Where is the best place to go and source some money as a developer? Where's the best place to now say, I want to look at this angle, the money is there. Remember, you get money from there, you're supposed to give them money back, maybe with even interest. Where is the great corner here?
So, of course, the potential is inward. Everything is inwards, but it's just that the framework sometimes makes it difficult, okay? So, what I honestly think will work, whether you're coming in as an investor, whatever level of play you're at in the real estate food chain, whether you're an investor, you're a developer, you're a realtor, you're a broker, it's important that we continue to partner and synergize. The reason is because government cannot do it alone, and private developers cannot do it alone. In many estates and in many developments, private developers bear the brunt of almost everything. Infrastructure, perfection of land. Let's even start with land. The access to land, is so problematic. It's expensive, and as a developer, the first thing that you're always thinking of is, where am I going to situate this development? Where is the land? How affordable is this land? Okay, you eventually manage to top up the funds and acquire the land. Now you're thinking about perfection, approvals. Okay, so all of that costs money. There are about 9 agencies that you have to go through to perfect your title document, so that you say, look, now I can breathe. And for me, that's the biggest thing in real estate. If you're going to make your mark in real estate, knowing that you can breathe easy, it might look like you've spent so much, you've expended yourself so much, but in the long term, you save yourself so many pitfalls, the issues of demolition and all of that, and having clients or whoever buys up in the end, they're now left with the risk. They are left with money out of their pockets because you have developed and passed on that bulk of unsafety or a lack of safety to the investors. So if you're able to do your due diligence, perfect your titles, ensure that you build right, precedence, you see, in this business, I've come to see that precedence sells. So your track record of integrity and delivering value is what will set you apart from the pack. And it might look like, because you're not cutting corners, then you're not making money. But in the long term, you can then scale onto bigger projects. But like I was saying, it's important that we partner with the government. The government can provide the policy, and policy is absolutely important. So they provide the policy, they ensure that we get access to lands more affordably.
Access to land?
More affordably. Okay. And then the perfection of the titles, the approvals come out really quickly. Because this is what we're having to contend with. We have land registry systems and documentation systems where it is porous, information is inconsistent, it is opaque, and it's just left open to interpretation, which is why you see a lot of informality in the sector from the developer's point of view. But if we have a digitized system where everything is documented, you want to apply for land, you go online to the EGIS portal. If the portal is working as it should, because another thing you have to keep in mind is there are always people who stand to profit when systems don't work.
That's another thing.
We all say we want change, we want things to work, but we forget that there's oftentimes more than not a cabal, where it's like certain people profit when things don't work. So, but really, if everything were to work, you can apply, make your applications for your document, you can get your certified true copy, you can do your verification online, apply for your documents come out in real time, developers can move to site and do what they need to do and actually sell with the little funds that they have, and rinse and repeat. Because for a developer, the biggest question is, why do I have to tie down funds?
Why do I have to tie down funds? That's a big question. All right, I hope this next part answers that question.
Okay.
Let's jump to this. deal or no deal. It says federal government of Nigeria. It's us, by the way. We're all part of federal
Yes, we are. I absolutely agree.
You know what I mean? It says, and look at it. It says federal government of Nigeria, right, is aggressively pushing to reform the real estate sector, focusing on reducing the housing deficit through renewed hope housing program and a new unified housing delivery framework. Key initiatives include over 70 billion naira in private capital mobilization. That's one. Also, it says here, new 100 billion naira real estate financing scheme and the 2025 tax reform, which is what we're dealing with, about to do it now, 2026 that we're in now anyway. So, bill taking effect from 2026, which is this year. Chika, you are a professional when it comes to this part, which is real estate. As a broker, as a developer, is this a deal or a no deal? That's our president over there, smiling, hoping that the reform this year will add more value.
On the books,
deal or no deal?
On the books, it's a deal, of course. We have, as Nigerians, we have this thing where, there's no scarcity of policy. It's implementation and sustainability that we grapple with the most. So yes, capital injection, very needed. It's a positive, indicator that the government is thinking, that they're thinking in the right direction and they're serious about the sector of real estate. Financing schemes, absolutely, very welcome. But you see, beyond the talk and the rhetoric of talk, we need to move quickly to implementation, sustainability, and sanitizing house. The current housing deficit stands at 28 million. Right now, we're building less than 700,000 homes annually. That's not enough if we're going to beat the housing deficit. But then again, you have to ask, what is the purchasing power really of the average Nigerian?
Points.
So even when the government is saying, yes, we're serious about housing, we want to make it affordable, we want to, lower the entry pathway so that more Nigerians can access, home ownership, that dream that you and I, almost everyone has. The truth of the matter is affordability is relative. Right? Affordability is, what is affordable to you might not be affordable to me. The middle class, as we know, is struggling. And they are the ones who can afford to buy maybe low-level real estate and mid-level real estate. And then the 1% of 1%, of course, are the ones who buy the luxury real estate, right? But so right now, even with the middle class that we have, to what extent can they actually afford, the current value of properties on the market? Which is why the capital injection is a good move. But what we need to do, very importantly, still boils down to partnerships. But before we even get to that, we need to clean house. And when I say clean house, I mean from the belly up. Because if you're injecting money, it's like trying to, when in the Bible Jesus was saying you don't mix old wineskins with new wineskins. You have to clean house first and ensure that the house can accept and receive and sit comfortably on all of the new policies that you're going to bring in. Yeah, so there's a lack of sanity and structure. And the Lagos State government has been doing so much to sanitize the sector, but we really need to look, like I said, from the ground up or from the top to the bottom, because we're all culpable. And that's the truth of the matter. When we talk about the rot that lies and exists in this industry, realtors, developers, and even the government too has been lax and can be faulted in many regards. And so if we want these funds to make sense, the tax relief, of course, is going to bring about you've seen the rate of rents right now in the market. It's crazy. It is not sustainable, which is the reason why you see many homes are vacant. Many properties, people cannot afford the rent, but it's going to go on the up and up, because as long as demand isn't meeting supply, you will always have those materials exactly put inflation in the mix, and it's tough. So I would say, if the government is saying they're injecting capital, then let's know for sure where this capital is being injected into, where it will create the most impact. If we're saying we're building affordable homes, you're building affordable homes, yes, but are you building it in a Oshogbo,
where people cannot?
When the city is where everyone is migrating to. So if you're going to do affordable housing, you need to do it in key city centers where the
commercial hub.
Yes, where people are constantly trooping into, and find a way to make it work. Yes, land is expensive, but all land belongs to the government. And so if the government partners with developers and say, developers, I want you to do affordable housing, they need to make the implementation of it easier for developers. Because you see, developers will have to go and look for funds. There are no loans. Loans right now for developers exist in double digits. Who is going to bear the brunt of the cost if I build in double digits? It's the end time user. Of course, infrastructure. Most times when developers purchase huge blocks of land and they want to build, execute estates, they are the ones who have to put the majority of the infrastructure, the roads.
I know that we need to be part of this. Because I tell you, look, can never be exhausted when it comes to communication. We must do a part of this.
We have to.
Because of time.
I'd like to come back again.
So for me, it's a good deal.
It is. It has its potential, but we have to do it right. And we have to be serious about it and think long term. Because every now and then we bring policies and then halfway we discard them and come up with something else. There's a new government in play and everything just changes. It makes a mess of things. But if we're able to solidify, concretize on policies and then run with it for the long haul, then we can begin to see actionables and hold ourselves accountable. For every money spent.
What's the last word for our guys at home? That's a camera.
So final thoughts, the industry has so much potential, but of course it takes you and I and everyone on the value food chain to make it work. If we're serious about enhancing and growing the economic sector in our country, then we need to be paying attention to real estate, how we do it, how we execute, and how we plan for the foreseeable future. Cities are continuously expanding. What is the projected estimated population of Nigeria going to be in the next 20, 30 years? We have to be thinking about that. So there are new emerging towns and cities that we need to be looking at. If we have failed to plan in Lagos proper, now we need to begin to plan for Ekpe and other emerging towns that are coming and get it right from the get-go.
Get it right. Thank you so much, Chika, for
joining us. Thank you so much for that time. Pleasure to be here.
I'm very happy because of time.
Know. Thank you so much.
Wow. Those of you back home, what can I say? Thank you for tuning in, for being with us. Still Business Day Television. This has been Noshi Focus. Nika Valentine's my name. I had a wonderful guest, Chika. We'll do part 2 of this. After that time, I will get more information from her. Till then, stay strong, invest now.
Absolutely.
You might cry later.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower,
first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Sweet on the tongue, silent in the body. Diabetes is a hidden challenge we all need to know about. It's not exactly the sugar you eat, but the sugar you don't manage. And that is why you need to control it before it controls you. Welcome to Health Matters, your #1 guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Imosigwe. Diabetes has become a huge concern in Nigeria, with a recent data from 2024 revealing that approximately 8 million adults suffer from this health challenge, which is around 7% across the country. Type 2 diabetes, however, accounts for over 90% of these cases. Another statistics from the International Diabetes Federation estimates 2,988,500 cases of diabetes. Joining us to unpack this sugary matter and helping us understand and defeat diabetes is Dr. Peace Eremosele. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Peace.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here.
Okay, so let's start our journey to victory, if I may say.
Yeah.
So, starting from the basis, what really is diabetes?
Okay, so simply put, diabetes is a condition where there's a problem with insulin that causes high blood sugar. So it's either your body is not producing enough insulin, or there's a lot of insulin, but the body is not processing it the way it should. And insulin is very important because it helps your body to process sugar and to use sugar appropriately. So if your body can't use sugar properly because there's resistance or because there isn't enough insulin, it causes high blood sugar, which is what we refer to as diabetes.
Okay, so from research, I saw there's type 1, type 2, and gestational. Apart from that, though, there are like other different types of diabetes, but then
Yes.
type 1, type 2, and gestational. What are they, and why are they grouped into types, and then instead of type 3 we're having gestational?
Okay. So type 1 diabetes is the type where, like I said previously, diabetes could either be because you're not producing enough insulin. So that's type 1. So the body is not producing enough insulin, usually because the pancreas, which produces insulin, that's an organ in your body, is being attacked by your own body cells. So we call it an autoimmune condition. So because of that, your body can't produce insulin, and that leads to increased blood sugar. Then for type 2, which is more common, like you mentioned before, that's the type where the body has insulin, but the body's cells are resistant to it. That's, they're not allowing the insulin to do its work. Then for gestational diabetes, some people actually jokingly call it type 3, but it occurs in pregnant women, because pregnancy can cause a lot of things, but among those things, in some women, it causes insulin resistance. So it's kind of similar to type 2 diabetes, because there's insulin, but the body is not using it properly. So that's gestational diabetes.
Okay. So apart from like these 3 types of diabetes, what are the other types? Are there other types? What are they?
Oh, there are a number of types. We have what we call latent autoimmune diabetes in adults. So usually type 1 diabetes, the one where the body is attacking the organ that produces insulin.
Pancreas.
Yes, the pancreas. That one usually occurs in children, but there are cases where it can occur in adults. So that's a separate type. And then there's also what we call maturity onset diabetes of the young, meaning that the type 2 diabetes, which usually occurs in older people, it occurs in younger ages. And we're seeing more of that now because a lot of people are overweight. We're seeing a lot of teenage obesity, and that is leading to type 2 diabetes, which used to be known to be seen in adults, but now we're seeing them in even teenagers. Then there are some other types, but they are not very common, like steroid-induced diabetes.
Okay, so what leads to, one thing I've noticed, if you, minus research, like if you observe people, one thing I've noticed is that hereditary plays a very important role. So I'm guessing that apart from, there are other causes, but then hereditary is important.
Yes.
So what other causes are there, and how does hereditary really factor in diabetic cases?
Okay, so I'm going to mention heredity first, because it's a very important factor. If you have one or both parents with type 2 diabetes, for example, you have at least twice the chance of developing diabetes as the average person. Some studies say 2 to 6 times. You're 2 to 6 times as likely to develop diabetes. So your family history is a very strong indicator of whether you're likely to get diabetes or not. But apart from that, there are other things. Being overweight or obese is a very strong risk factor. A sedentary lifestyle, meaning you're not exercising, you're always staying in one place. Then apart from that, there's also certain drugs, but that one is not very common. There are certain lifestyles that can lead to it. But the main things are genetics, that's hereditary causes. Then there's also diet and exercise, that's lack of exercise.
Sorry, let me ask you a very silly question. If you jump buses every day, does that, because I feel like we are undermining that, so does that like kind of count as...
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
I mean, you could count the running around to get to the bus, because I mean, if you're walking really fast and you're trying to run, it does count as exercise. It does count as
okay,
exercise.
so what age group are prone to diabetes?
What age group?
Yes.
Well, it depends on the type. So like I said, for type 1, the autoimmune type, it's usually seen in children. Then for type 2, it used to be an adult thing, but these days you can see it in teenagers, you can see it in adults. So there isn't really a specific age for diabetes.
Okay, so when I was younger, there's something I used to hear that if you have diabetes, when you urinate, your ants will start gathering your urine. I haven't thought to check if like ants are gathering my urine, but is first of all debunk this thing for us. Let me know so I will go back and tell the people who gave me the information that okay, you're wrong, you're right. And then also, what are like the common factors, what are the common things that we see that okay tells like our body is telling us okay, this is a sign of diabetes?
Okay, so the people that told you, they're actually right. They're actually right.
Okay.
Yes, because like I said, diabetes is high blood sugar because your body is not processing sugar properly. So when there's too much sugar, your body is trying to get rid of it as much as it can, and one of the ways that it tries to get rid of it is through the urine, through the kidneys. And so that's why you see an increased blood sugar, or increased blood glucose, or sorry, increased glucose in the urine.
Okay.
Yes, and that is why ants might gather. Yes,
Okay, so
yes.
that's
So
true.
it's actually true.
I'm shocked.
It's
Well,
actually
okay,
true.
so what are the other signs that your body gives?
Okay, so common signs, increased fatigue, like you're tired all the time, and that's not your normal. There's also increased thirst, like you're extremely thirsty all the time, drinking a lot of water, but it's like it's not doing anything. There's also increased hunger, like excessively increased, like you know you're normal, and then it's like you're always hungry. No matter what you eat, you're never satisfied. Then there's frequent urination as well, because like I said, the body is trying to do its best to get rid of that excess sugar.
Okay.
So it's trying to, you're urinating more frequently. Those are common symptoms, but there are so many symptoms because diabetes has a lot of complications, and with each complication there are like a lot of symptoms that can occur.
So now there are different tests, I presume, or first of all, are there different tests to check for diabetes? What are the different tests, and is there like a universal test for diabetes to check for diabetes?
Okay. Well, if you want to say universal test, it is checking your blood glucose.
Okay.
So all the variations of diabetes tests are checking your blood glucose, that's your blood sugar, in one way or the other. So we have what is called the fasting blood sugar. So you take it in the morning when you haven't eaten overnight, and that's what we call the fasting. We have values for that. Usually if you have more than 126 milligram per DL, that indicates diabetes. We also have random blood sugar, which you can take at any time when you've already eaten. Then there's also what we call the OGTT, oral glucose tolerance test. Basically, we're testing in real time how your body processes sugar. So we give you a sugary drink and see how your body processes it. Then, and there's also the HbA1c. That one checks your sugar control over a period of 2 to 3 months. And so we can use it to see if you've been, taking your drugs. For someone with diabetes, if they've been taking their drugs and adhering to lifestyle changes.
Okay, so this is kind of like a two-in-one question. If someone has diabetes, apart from, I think personally, my own opinion, like apart from saying throw out your junk food, apart from that, what other advice would you give to a person? And then what are the complications of diabetes?
Okay, so let me start with the advice. I think the number one advice I would give is take it seriously, because so many people do not take it seriously. Because when diabetes starts, all you see is your blood sugar is high, but sometimes the symptoms are manageable or they are barely even there. So you might feel like, okay, I'm fine. But meanwhile, that high sugar in your blood, because it's not supposed to be there, it's causing damage to your blood vessels, to your heart, to your kidneys, to basically every part of your body. So the number one advice I would give is take it seriously. Go see a doctor, go and get medication, listen to the lifestyle advice. So for
the complications,
yes, for the complications are many. So diabetes can affect virtually every organ in the body. It can affect the blood vessels, leading to what is known as peripheral artery disease, meaning that there are issues with your blood vessels, like your arteries and your veins, your arteries, that is not allowing blood to flow properly, and that can cause damage to different parts of your body, especially the feet. And there's it can cause problems with the heart. Some people, they don't even see signs till they have a heart attack, and that's how you know that, okay, they've had diabetes or they're not properly managing it. Then it can also affect the kidneys. That's the common complication we see. It can lead to kidney failure. It can lead to nerve problems. So people have tingling sensations in their hands and their feet because the high blood sugar is affecting the nerves, and so they're not working properly. And it can also lead to slow healing wounds, or wounds that don't heal. And that's what leads to what is known as diabetic foot. And in many cases, if it's not well controlled, can lead to amputation of limbs.
Okay.
So there are lots.
Yeah, so when we're seeing type 1, type 2 gestational, we saw that these diabetic conditions affect like various groups of people. So there's children, there are pregnant women. So now, for children, for pregnant women, what are the different treatment options available? And then how do they like differ from the average person who has diabetes?
Okay. So let me start with children. So since in children, the commonest type of diabetes is type 1. Usually the solution for that is insulin, because the body is no longer producing insulin. So you need to replace it. You can't exactly make the body start producing insulin again. Medically, that's not possible. So you have to replace that from the outside. So that's the number one. Of course, there are lifestyle modifications, but that's number one. Then for gestational, right?
Yes.
Gestational, it's basically, like I said, the cause of gestational is pregnancy hormones are causing insulin resistance, and that's similar to type 2. So we use drugs for type 2, but because of the baby, yes, there are some drugs that are not safe. So we always take that into consideration when we're prescribing drugs for pregnant women.
Okay, then like the average person, what's like treatment option?
The average person, like we said previously, type 2 is the most common. So for the average person, you start with drugs and lifestyle modification. Both of them are very important. So there are common drugs like metformin, glimepiride that we start people on, but even for type 2 diabetes, depending on the severity, some people might need insulin, some people might need gliptins. There are several categories of drugs, but the most important thing is that you go to your doctor and then you let them determine the best drug for you till you achieve a normal blood sugar level.
Okay, so is there, out of curiosity, is there a cure for diabetes, or do we just manage it till the end of time?
Oh my God, patients ask me this all the time.
Okay.
And sometimes I'm hesitant because technically there's no cure, but there's what we call remission.
Okay.
So a lot of times when people hear that, they're happy because they're like, I can get rid of it, but then they're not willing to do the work because it takes a lot of work. So what we call remission is that it's not like diabetes is not there, but because you're being very strict with your lifestyle, with your diet, with exercise, then you can actually achieve normal blood glucose without medication. So it is possible. It does happen, and I've seen it happen, but it's not very common because it takes a lot of work that many people are not very willing to do.
Okay, so there was one time I was on a Telegram group trying to like lose weight. So there was this dietitian, and he's like, don't take fruits like in excess because fruits contain sugar. And as a diabetic person, do you advise them not, like, debunk it? Do you advise them not to take fruits because there's sugary content in it?
So for diabetes, we like to preach balance, especially when it comes to natural foods. Of course, processed foods should be cut out, but for natural foods like fruits, we always advise a balance. Now, for people with diabetes, sweet fruits, like really sweet fruits, pineapples, oranges, those should be taken like very minimally because they can spike the blood sugar. But if you're talking about the average person, it's not a problem as long as it's done in moderation. Everything has to be done in moderation. Everything has to.
Okay, so like this is the final question. I was reading the figures, 2,988,500
That's
cases.
a lot.
It's a lot. Is Nigeria equipped to take care of these diabetic patients?
The funny thing about that number is that it might actually be more in real life, because there's a lot of data that isn't collected or reported. And to be frank, especially now with Japa waves and all, we do not have the capacity. We do not have the capacity to handle these cases, which is why when I see patients, I try as much as possible to emphasize the parts that they can control. That's the lifestyle and the diet, so that they don't have to spend so much on medication, because medication is so expensive these days, so that they don't have to spend so much on medication, so that they don't have to go to the hospital as often and pay those expensive bills, and so they don't end up in emergencies where doctors might not even be available because we're understaffed.
Okay, I know I said final question, but it permits me. I didn't really talk about the fitness aspect, and then I know that as much as science is against herbs, there's a fitness option. And then, like, you see a lot of people where I'm from, you see a lot of people, once they feel the sense in their spirit, man, that they're diabetic, they start taking bitter leaf and all of that. So are there like herbal remedies? You said it's expensive, so for the low class people, are there like herbal remedies? And then what is the fitness aspect?
Okay, so let me just say this first of all: most, if not all, herbal remedies that are sold are scams.
Okay.
Straight up, they're scams. Okay. And even for those that say that it works, a lot of times, if you ask them questions, you'll see that they're using it maybe alongside their diabetes medication, and they won't tell you that. Or they're doing a lot of lifestyle and diet modifications behind the scenes, and so it seems like it's working, but it's not really. Your other question.
So you mentioned diets. What are the like diet modifications and then fitness aspects?
Okay, so diet modifications, like I said, we like to preach balance. So you need to limit or cut out completely. That's the recommendation. Processed foods. So that goes from sodas to meat pies to basically anything that is any food that is processed. You should avoid it, because those easily release sugar into your bloodstream, and you don't want that, especially if you're someone living with diabetes. Then for the fitness aspect, what is recommended is 30 minutes of exercise, and that's not just walking, like active exercise, the one that makes you break a sweat. At least 30 minutes 5 times a week at the very least, but every day is recommended.
Okay, so in summary, there might not be an option for like the low class people, really. There's no option, like, and it's really, it's really sad. Like, sometimes these people take this processed food, I believe, because it's a cheaper option available there. But then seeing that it leads to like a decline in your health, and then there is no option for them. It's definitely sad, but thank you so much, Dr. Peace, for such an amazing lecture. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Okay, so I'm glad to know that diabetes is not a death sentence, but it can be managed, and it is more important to know that diabetes does not discriminate, but we can fight back with education, lifestyle, and more importantly, diet changes. For any question on today's topic or previous ones, don't forget to send a message to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. I'll take it again, healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. I'm Amanda Emosibue saying stay safe, stay healthy, because you will definitely be fine, and keep watching Business Day television. Hello
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlights, the show where bold ideas, visionary founders, and innovative businesses take center stage. My name is Gloria Brown, and today's conversation, we're going to explore how cultural and experiential brands are driving today's economy. Before I move on, experiential brands are brands that focus on creating memorable experiences for their customer rather than just selling a product or service. And joining us is Stephen Aquaveta, the founder of House of Oni, a founded Silent Disco Africa, and now the largest estate rental company in Nigeria. Stephen, you're welcome to Startup Spotlight.
Hey, it's a pleasure to be here.
Like you said, all this introduction from me. Yes.
We thank God.
Can you take us back to the start? Tell us a little bit about what House of Oni is all about and how this idea came.
So when you say start, do you mean when I started House of Oni, or do you mean when I started doing events?
Okay. For me, I'm really not too familiar with House of Oni, and so educate me and also the public about what House of Oni is and what the Silent Disco Africa is all about.
So I like to think of House of Oni as a merger of three different experiences. So the Nigerian experience, the American, and the European. Because let me start from when I was in Nigeria. So first, I've been doing events for a while. So I've been doing events since 2000. And I came back, or I don't say I came back like an IDGB, but
I could come back.
I moved back in 2014 and I did a couple of things. I started doing House of Winning in 2017. A friend of mine came into town and she was like, "Oh, how come you're not doing events? We're doing this in States because I won an award like Event Plan of the Year at the Nigerian Entertainment Awards." And she was like, "How come you're not doing events again?" And I was like, "You know what? I haven't found that thing that I want to do that speaks to me like this is it." And as God will have it, 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, I just happened to go to a silent disco. It was put on by another company. And I was like, oh my God, this is it. So
So at that point, you got the green lights, like, this is something I want to do.
Yeah. Something to say at that point, I think I saw their ad online. And for some reason, I just got excited. And I never get excited about anything. You can ask me, I'm very, very mellow. So I'm like, oh my God, like, this is very interesting. I want to go. And I bought some tickets for like me and about 5 or 6 friends. And only 2 of us went. And the thing was, I had the experience and I was like, oh my God, that's when the green light came. I was like, this is it. Like, I really want to do this. And I spoke to the guys that were having the event. I was like, I would like to do this. Like, how can I go about it? What are the processes? And I remember they laughed at me and said, oh, we hear this a lot and everything. And I was like, I was going to do it. Then fast forward a couple months forward, Easter, I just called them a week before and I was like, I want to do my event next week. And they're like, it's too soon. And I was like, if I don't start now, I'll start. And that's how House of Oni started.
That's good.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the early days. Were there challenges, the challenges you faced during your early days, and how did you overcome them?
So I think the early days were the best days because I had the most fun.
Wow.
Yeah, it was more fun then. The reason why I say it was more fun then, it was, it's always, and I think for every entrepreneur, like people that are building brands, it's always interesting when you're starting something new. That's always like, you're trying to make that new experience stick. Because everybody was like, oh, you're trying to do silent disco, it's never going to work. The Nigerians like loud music. We have to go to the club and feel that loud music where we can't talk. And I was like, and I think that even gave me more motivation, more fire to say that I've been doing events for a while, and if I like this, I'm sure a lot of people will be like me and they'll actually like it. And that was why I was like, you know what, I'm going to do whether they like it or not. So
How was the first try?
First try.
How did you convince them to like, let's try this?
I had about 120 people show up.
Wow, the first try.
First try.
That was massive.
No, 40 people paid, and I paid for the rest.
Oh my God.
So 40 people paid, and I paid for the rest. But for me, it was one of those things where it was a proof of concept. Like, will people like it? Will people enjoy it? And what now happened is, so House of Oni was built mainly on referrals and word of mouth. Wow. So the first time they came in, and they enjoyed it. And I got their details, and from there, it just started growing, and we're here now. So the early days were the most fun because I had more interactions with my customers. I knew most of them by names. they would look forward to come for the events. And it was a situation where if some of them did not come, I would say, oh, I've not seen you in a while. Call them, are you okay? What's going on? And stuff like that. Now it's a lot bigger. So I don't know most of my customers like I used to. And a lot of them don't really know who I am, which is also interesting and intentional. But it's the early days were the best days because it was more fun. Things were easier then, less responsibilities. So it was more fun then.
Okay, let's talk about your experience when you were staying abroad. You know, at the point you came back to Nigeria and then you started doing this.
Yeah.
Was there experiences that you took back that actually helped in your business back in Nigeria?
Okay, so yes, I think every experience helps out with what you're doing as a whole. I was the first person to bring Star Plus, Sonny Neji, Samuel Posa, and them to the US for Houston because I was doing events in Houston. And I think one of the things I learned the most that has kept me going is consistency. You have to be consistent in whatever you're doing. A lot of people start and it doesn't work the way they think it's going to work and they stop doing it. But I think what I got from the States that has helped me to now is just consistency, thinking consistency, structure, and just genuinely liking what you do and adding a little bit of customer service to it.
You know, Nigerians, I won't say we are very hard to please, but getting you to please Nigerians when it comes to things like this are very difficult sometimes. Sure. You don't know what they like, you don't know what they would like. So how do you balance, how do you know what the audience wants when it comes to the music, the memories, the experiment, when it comes to you setting up events for people?
Feedback. So the easiest question or answer to that is feedback. So and most of my customers the ones that know me can tell you that I'm always asking for feedback. I'm always like, oh, what did you like? What did you not like? What would you like to see? And stuff like that. And I think a lot of people miss that, but feedback is really key. And it's not just feedback, it's also being able to sort through the fluff in the sense that somebody giving you feedback might not be a genuine feedback. So you need to be able to take that feedback and say, okay, I can do this, but I can't do this. I can do this, but I can't do this. And now figure out where you're going with that. So I would say feedback is the most important aspect of that.
Oh, that's true. Can you walk us through the approach that you use in scaling your brand that is not or was not familiar to the audience back in Nigeria?
I don't want to give out my trade secrets.
Can you give us a little bit of it?
So I studied marketing and supply chain logistics.
Oh.
So for me, it's thinking about things big picture wise, the logistics of everything. And I'll just leave it at that. It's thinking big picture and logistics and understanding certain aspects of the market. So that's what I was saying.
Let's talk about funding.
Okay.
Some startups at the start, they struggle with capital on how to start.
Yeah.
How were you able to get this fund?
Startup is very, very interesting. I thank God for family.
Oh my God.
So startup was friends and family. And again, the other guys, like I said, Selling Disco Lagos, they were the ones that started doing the events before me. They were very helpful in the sense that when I first started, they were working with me when I was doing the rentals from them. And I think they also liked my consistency. So they would give me headsets and I'll pay as you go and stuff like that. Then at the point where it was time to start buying mine, I had to do the simple thing that all entrepreneurs do is you go and beg your family members and say, I have come again or support me and everything. And, you know, I'm thankful that I had awesome friends and awesome family members that are very supportive. And that's how I started. So it took me a while to pay them back. Some of them used to look at me with side eye, but I would definitely give it to them as friends and family.
At any point, was there any financial risk that you took that eventually paid off?
I would say starting the business was in itself a financial risk because I know I took a loan of about $20,000 from my sister and also from other family members as well. And it was one of those things that you're just like, okay, this is going to make or break me because I need to be able to make enough money coming in so I can pay back or service the loan. because you don't want to lose that trust for the family member in case you want to do other things. So it was one of those things where it's like you have that gut feeling and you're like, you know what, I need to take this next step and go from there. So, but with every business, it's always a financial risk, because I tell people that I'm thankful and I thank God I'm lucky that the business is working and we're still expanding. But at the same time, I know I've seen other companies that have started with more money than me or less money and they didn't start. So everything is always a financial risk. You just have to just keep pushing consistency and just say, be Nigerian and say, God, I beg you.
Help me.
Yeah. But it's always a financial risk. It's just because you never know how it's going to turn out.
Yeah.
You might just take that risk, take that money, buy all these headsets, and the next thing you know, people stop coming, which happened.
Let's talk about what you just said now.
Yeah.
Was there at any point that you had a little bit of doubt in your mind that, do you think this will work? That you thought, are you sure this is going to work? Was there any point you had doubt, you had fear? If yes, how did you overcome them?
So yes, I did. It was after I took the 20K loan for my sister, and we bought the headsets and we were pushing events, and it was a December period, or that's a December period. And I think for the first 2 or 3 weeks, or November into December, people were not actually coming. And I remember looking at myself and saying that, God, is this it? Is this why we're here? Like, and stuff like that. But it was all those things where I know me and my staff members then were talking about it, and they're like, you know what, let's just keep pushing. And it was all those things where at that point it was like, God. But, you know, like I said, it's just, anybody talk to its events, it's or entrepreneurship, it's always about consistency. It was just like, you know what, it's happened. How do we move from here? And that's where you now start re-strategizing for the future and say, okay, what did we do wrong? And it's almost like project management where you have like a closer report. So it's one of the things I'm always talking to my staff about, that, okay, it's not just about doing an event. It's like after you're done with the event, do you go back and review what you did and everything? Because I keep telling them that we need to treat every event like it's our first event. And the reason for that is if you don't do it that way and you get comfortable or you feel like, oh, it's house of many people always come, that's the moment people stop coming, because it means you don't like it as much. It means you're not giving as much as you used to. So at that point, things feel like they're going. So my policy in my head is I treat every event like my first event. So it means if people are not coming and people are not paying, I'm like, why, what's going on? What can we do to make them come? Just like to my first event, because you never want to lose that edge.
Talking about your style, how do you keep them motivated? Because, you know, staffs are like the backbones of any company. We can't do everything ourselves. We need staffs. How do you keep them motivated?
That's a very interesting question. So I'm blessed to have awesome staff. I think you have to find a thin line between your personal relationship and the work relationship. It took me a while to figure that out. I'm at that point where nowadays I feel like it's more of a football team where you're looking at everybody, and I've been telling them this recently, and they're looking at me with like, oh, Gaston again. But I'm like, you know what?
Why do you use the football team as an example?
Because the thing I first started off as we're a family, and that worked when we're a small company, where it was only 1 or 2 events and everything. But we started from just doing one silent disco in Lagos to now doing 2 in Lagos, 2 in Abuja, 2 in Port Harcourt, 1 in Enugu. We're doing the old school party. We're doing karaoke events like every week. So we've grown from that point of just one event to having at least 20, 30 events a month. So you can't have that principle of family. Yes, I like my staff. Yes, on an individual level, I like them. We have good relationships. But when it comes to the business, where the team relation comes in, you're like a football team or a soccer team. Everybody wants to win the trophy. Using Man City, for example, everybody wants to win like Man City. And if you're looking at the coach, if players are not performing, he either benches them or he trades them out. And same thing where if the staff don't like the team or they don't feel like they're going to be at the team, they are able to trade out and go somewhere else. So if you treat it like a football team, it's a situation where you want all your best players playing at the same time or playing every time so that you're winning and you're scoring goals so that way you can keep progressing. The same to the business. So I'm at that point where it's now a situation of, from a business perspective, if you're not happy and you don't feel like this is for you, that's fine. We can agree to go our separate ways. But I need you to perform because, again, we're trying to win trophies, make money. In this situation, make money. So if you're not delivering, then we'll now have to review and say, okay, is it time to bench this person? Then have a conversation or have a pep talk. Okay, what's the issue? What's going on? Or is it time for us to go our separate ways because you're not delivering? It doesn't mean I don't like you as an individual person. It just means how are we performing as a whole and go from there.
Yeah, because if the staffs are not performing well, how will your clients or your customers be able to be satisfied with what we're doing? Talking about your customers, as a founder and you've been in this business for a very long time, how do you know what your customers want? Like, how do you know what they really want? Like, are they coming for the novelty? Are they coming for cultural connection or your overall experience? I know you said feedback.
Yeah.
But still, how, like, you know what I'm saying, right?
So I think so there's I think everybody comes to a silent disco for different reasons. You have those that come for the novelty of it and they come first and like, oh, silent disco, I've experienced it, and they move on. You have some that outgrow it, and you have some that genuinely enjoy it.
Yeah.
I have a customer, I'll use Mr. Yomi as an example. Mr. Yomi loves dancing, and he loves the fact that he can be in his own world, enjoying his music and dancing with wherever he is. So he's someone that has come for multiple events consistently, and that's Mr. Yomi. I still have other people that are like, you know what, I need to detach from all the noise and everything, and they'll come once like every 2 or 3 months. And I've had customers that are like, only I came, I enjoyed it, but it's not really for me. So you have to understand that not every customer is for you. You have to understand that you're not going to get everybody. It's just a matter of making sure that the ones that actually enjoy it and they like it, you keep making it as interesting and as enjoyable for them every time they keep coming.
Keeping up with the trends it can be something very difficult.
Yeah.
How do you keep up with trends, new trends coming up? How do you keep up to make your business or your brand relevant?
Okay. So for that, I would say thank you to my staff for that, because I can't keep up with the trends. So if you go on my page, you press some trend videos. Some of them were there even making fun of me and everything. So I give that to my staff and I thank them for that, because I make fun of them and say that, how are you guys doing digital marketing and you don't have trends and you're not keeping up with trends? But if you're asking me as an individual, how do I keep up with trends? I'll start laughing because I'm hardly on social media. And so it's hard for me to even keep up with trends. So for that trend part, or for that question, I'll give it up to myself, because they are actually the ones that keep up with the trends. They're the ones that do the videos. All I do is they just want to say, we need money for this. And I look at them like, why? You're here again. But for the trend stuff, I give it to them. They're the ones that actually handle all of that. So that's how, for me, I look at trends in the aspect of from a business perspective. But when you're looking at trends, social media and stuff like that, I have to give to my team. They're the ones that take care of that.
What qualities would you say are the best for like young entrepreneurs who are looking forward to dive into this kind of businesses? What kind of qualities do you think, as a founder, like based on your experience, that they can adapt to?
So that's a very interesting question. So the thing is, it's different for everybody, right? I can't tell young entrepreneurs to get into it and do it. The reason why is because everybody has something that works for them. A lot of Nigerians tend to want to do things because they see somebody doing it and they feel like there's money in it. So sometimes a few might come for my events and they'll see 300 or 400 people there and they're like, it's how, the Nigeria thing, they start calculating that this, is cashing out and everything. But a lot of people might not realize, like I told you, you asked me a question about my first event, and I told you that it was about 120 people, and only about 40 people actually pay for the event. I pay for the remaining. So there are a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that a lot of people are not privy to. There are a lot of discounts, there are a lot of freebies that go on. So they might come in and see 400 people and think like, oh my God, this is a great business. So you mean, I bring all these people, all of this and everything. So my advice is do something you actually enjoy doing so that even when it becomes hard, you're still happy to wake up every morning, do it. And even if you're broke, you don't have money in your mind, you're like, I'm enjoying it. Because the thing is, this is, if you're doing any business, by the time you get to that point where you're not making money, money's not coming in, you start getting discouraged. And if you don't like what you're doing enough, it's hard for you to continually or consistently do it to actually make money from it. So my advice is, it's not necessarily about entering silent disco, but it'd be more like, you know what, if you're going to do something, I advise you do something you actually genuinely like doing and something that would just make you happy. Because if you're not happy, you can't do it. And that's when we can consistently keep doing it just to go make, well, it takes you from that, I'm doing my hobby, I'm doing what I like doing, for it to now become a business. I'm making money from it. So you need that joy and that consistency to keep going.
If you were to go back in time, would there be anything you would have done differently?
Save more money, I bought more headsets. But yeah, there are a lot of things I'd have done differently. And I think, honestly, there are lots. There's no, how do I say so? I don't regret my experiences. I think I could have handled a lot of things differently in hindsight. But again, I needed to have gone through those experiences to be where I am now. So I could have said, I wish I started selling disco earlier. But again, there are some things where there's something about innovation, right? I don't think, when it comes to innovation, I don't think any innovation is wrong. I just think it's a time for the innovation. So somebody, before the silent disco guy, somebody else tried it and it was not successful. Then they did and I did it and it now became successful. So I don't think there's that. I don't think there's any bad idea. I just think it's when you actually decide to do the idea. And whether there's a, for lack of a better term, supply and demand, going back to economics, is the time you're not providing that supply, is there a demand for it? If you decide to bring the supply for something, there's no demand, then obviously there's just supply and nobody's interested. But if you come in at that time when there's a nice equilibrium, then you're good to go.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So finally, the last question.
Sure.
What's your future plan for House of Oni? And also, how do you intend the silent disco party or House of Oni to keep the Nigerian culture and the experiential brand going?
So let me answer this. I'll separate the questions into two. What's the future for House of Oni? I think the goal for me, or for the future for House of Oni, is to do events pan-Nigeria. So we're currently in Lagos, we're currently in Abuja, we're currently in Enugu and Port Harcourt. So we're trying to go into other cities as well. So we're trying to go into Ibadan, we're trying to go into a couple of other cities. So we're working on it. We're trying to do a lot more events that relate to different people, because silent disco appeals to a certain group of people. But like I said earlier, people tend to grow out of all those experiences. So the goal for me is to have something that appeals to everybody at the different points in times in their life. So, for example, the R&B party appeals to the millennials that might not want to come for silent disco anymore. Karaoke appeals to the workers that are just leaving work and they need like a happy hour place to go and just have fun with their friends and stuff like that. So it's to go pan-Nigeria and pan-Africa and just create experiences for that. For the second question about what was the second question?
So the second question is, how does House of Oni intend to keep the experiential economy and the brand ongoing?
Honestly with you, the plan for that is to just keep, and it goes back to my first answer, is just to keep innovating and just trying to figure out what is it that people are actually looking for. I believe my market is more focused, I know my market, so my market is more the 22 to 45-year-olds that have their businesses or are working and everything. So it's more a situation of, as I get feedback from them on certain things they want to see or they want to do, it's finding that balance between listening to your customers and now actually delivering on what they're looking for. So it's a give or take. So how do we intend to do it or keep being innovative is to keep trying to find those little things that people really want or people are really looking for, and now provide it for them so that way they are happy and they keep coming back.
Thank you so much, Stevie, for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for having
so
me.
much for your insight and also for sharing your journey of Housophonie.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That wraps up today's Startup Spotlight. Big thanks to Stephen Apoveta, founder of Housophonie and Silent Disco Africa, for sharing his amazing journey. I'm your host, Larry Brown. If you love this episode, subscribe, like, comment, and share to keep the inspiration flowing. See you next time for more stories of startup shaping today's economy.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This
information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
And thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Now, Nigeria's national electricity grid has collapsed again, marking the second system failure recorded in 2026 within the space of 1 week. Now, data obtained from the Nigerian Independent System Operator showed that power generation across the country dropped to 0 megawatts at about 11 a.m. today, indicating a total shutdown of the national grid. Power allocation records showed that major distribution companies, including Bene Eco, Enugu, Ikeja, Jos, Kaduna, Kano, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, Abuja, and Yola Discos all recorded zero power allocation following the collapse and leaving homes, businesses, and public infrastructure without electricity. And meanwhile, the National Industrial Court has temporarily halted an indefinite strike action embarked upon by the workers of the Federal Capital Territory Administration. The ruling was delivered by Justice Emmanuel Shubelime following an application filed by the legal team of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. The decision comes days after FCTA workers shut down public institutions across Abuja over unresolved welfare and employment-related concerns. The court's intervention now compels the striking workers to suspend their industrial action while the substantive issues are heard and determined, setting the stage for a legal resolution to a dispute that has disrupted government activities in the nation's capital. The dispute before the court lists the President and the Secretary of the Joint Union Action Congress as respondents following a suit instituted by the FCT minister who asked the court to intervene, arguing that the strike contravened existing labor laws once the matter was referred to the National Industrial Court. And also, the Islamic Development Bank is set to fund a $163 million solar electrification project in Niger State aimed at providing an alternative electricity source for communities across the state. The announcement was conveyed in a statement issued by Bologi Ibrahim, Chief Press Secretary to the Governor of Niger State on 26 January 2026. The Niger State Solar Electrification Project, codenamed NG8 1063, is expected to cover 200 hectares and is designed to support industrialization, enhance agricultural productivity, and drive overall economic growth across the state. And according to the statement, the $163 million project is expected to generate 100 megawatts of solar power, providing a reliable electricity source for communities while supporting both industrial growth and agricultural productivity. Governor Mohammed Madubago, who received the ISDB preparation team, highlighted the state's substantial investment in agriculture, saying the solar project will implement these efforts by boosting food production and industrial development. And coming up, Nigerian cuts in borrowing web as deficit surges 984% in 11 years. This and more after this short break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And welcome back. It's still news update from Business Day Television. Nigeria's widening budget deficit and rising debt service are deepening concerns about the country's fiscal path after new data showed borrowing pressures have intensified over the past decade. Business Day review of IT figures shows the deficit has grown from 2.2 trillion naira in 2016 to 23.85 trillion naira in 2026 budget, while debt servicing has climbed to 15.52 trillion naira. And Finance Minister Wale Edun says the government is prioritizing domestic revenue mobilization, but analysts warn that interest payments still absorb about half of federal revenue, crowding out essential spending. And despite higher tax collections and reform-driven confidence from ratings agencies, economists say borrowing will remain embedded in Nigeria's budget unless spending growth slows or debt servicing costs ease. And away from that story, analysts are warning that Nigeria's projected 20.12 trillion naira budget deficit for 2026 could squeeze credit available to businesses. Now, under the government's medium-term spending framework, about 14.3 trillion naira and more than 17% of the deficit will be financed through domestic borrowing, intensifying competition for funds in the local market. And market experts say the debt can be absorbed, but only at higher interest rates, raising borrowing costs for companies and crowding out private sector access to credit, especially for small and medium-sized firms. And with benchmark rates already elevated, economists caution that sustained reliance on domestic borrowing may slow investment, weaken job creation, and constrain economic recovery unless fiscal discipline improves or alternative funding sources reduce or pressure on Nigeria's financial system. And still on, Nigeria's Defense Headquarters says the officers indicted over investigations into alleged misconduct, including claims of plotting to overthrow the government, will face trial before military judicial panels. Now, in a statement on Monday, Director of Defense Information Major General Samaila Uba said investigations into the arrest of 16 officers in October 2025 had been concluded and forwarded to the appropriate authority. Uba said some officers were found to have cases to answer, describing the conduct of as inconsistent with Armed Forces standards, and said those indicted will be tried under the Armed Forces Act. Security sources say President Bola Tinubu has been briefed and will not intervene as the military proceeds after reports that arrests earlier described as indiscipline were linked to an alleged coup plot at the presidential villa, Abuja. Now, to end the local news, the National Assembly has introduced a proposal in the ongoing amendment of the Electoral Act that would allow inmates in the Nigerian correctional facilities vote in elections. Okwayemi Bamidele, the Senate leader, disclosed this in a statement on Monday evening ahead of the resumption of the National Assembly from the Christmas break, adding that the proposed law would also mandate the release of funds for general elections at least 1 year before Election Day. Bamidele further revealed that the Electoral Bill 2025 contains no fewer than 20 defining highlights that will differentiate it from previous electoral regimes. The Senate leader noted that the vision is in line with the sustained public demand for an electoral system that will guarantee the security of votes. The Electoral Bill 2025 introduces no fewer than 20 defining highlights that will eventually differentiate it from the previous electoral regimes. And coming up, Angola plans to raise $1.7 billion on international capital markets in 2026. We'll bring you these more and after this short commercial break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to News Update. And I'm moving on to Africa. Angola's annual debt plan has revealed on Tuesday that the country plans to raise about $1.7 billion on international capital markets in 2026. The document also showed Angola aims to secure around $1.4 billion in commercial financing, including debt for health swap operations, and $500 million from World Bank development policy operations. The Southern African oil-producing country is under pressure from high debt service costs, which could consume more than 40% of total expenditure this year. The International Monetary Fund in December forecast that economic growth will remain subdued this year at around 2%, with a gradual recovery over the medium term dependent on progress in economic diversification. Also, South Africa's government has sold 3 billion rand of its 2038, 2042 and 2053 bonds at the auction on Tuesday. The rand hit its strongest level against the dollar in over 3 years on Monday, boosted by record precious metal prices and optimism about the country's economic outlook. And the South African currency struck 16 per dollar for the first time since June 2022, before slipping slightly to trade at 16.03. The global gold price reportedly surged to an all-time high, above $5,100 an ounce, as central banks and investors sought refuge from geopolitical risk and market volatility. And moving on to the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump has announced plans to raise tariffs on South Korea imports to 25%, accusing Seoul of failing to fully implement a trade deal agreed last year. The higher levies will apply to cars, timber, pharmaceuticals, and other goods, while South Korea says it has not received official notice and is seeking urgent talks with industry Minister Kim Jong-kwon, expected in Washington soon. Now, South Korea exported around $123 billion worth of goods to the U.S. last year, including $30 billion in car exports. Shares in Hyundai and Kia initially fell before recovering, while the Kospi index closed higher. Analysts say markets doubt the tariffs will go ahead, noting Trump's recent reversals on similar trade threats as negotiations between Seoul and Washington continue. And also, the European Commission has opened a new formal investigation into social media platform X under the Digital Services Act, focusing on the spread of sexual deepfakes. In a statement, the Commission said it is assessing whether X properly identified and reduced risk linked to illegal content in the European Union, including manipulated sexually explicit images that could amount to child sexual abuse material. Officials say those risks may already have caused serious harm to EU citizens. The probe will also examine X's use of its artificial intelligence tool, Grok, and whether the company carried out required risk assessments before deploying features that could worsen gender-based violence on or harm users' physical and mental well-being. Now, if breaches are confirmed, X could be found in violation of multiple sections of the DSA as regulators widen earlier enforcement actions against the platform. I will bring you the sports news after this break. Stay with us. Let's watch a news update, and I'm moving on to sports news. Paris Saint-Germain have signed 18-year-old Barcelona midfielder Andreu Fernandez, with the Spanish side's president calling the situation around the transfer unpleasant. According to Spanish media, external PSG have paid 8.2 million euros for Fernandez, a fee that is higher than his 6 million euros release clause in a bid to keep good relations between the clubs. The Spanish midfielder's departure has been controversial, as he has been expected to sign a new contract at Barcelona, while he has now completed a move to PSG on a deal until 2030. And Fernandez joined Barcelona's La Masia Academy in 2022 and has made 5 senior appearances since his debut in September, including in the Champions League against Olympiacos. And now to end the news, Manchester United are reportedly considering a January transfer move for Nigerian midfielder Wilfred Ndidi as they seek to strengthen their midfield options. And Devils have acted on advice from former manager Ole Gunnar and Solskjaer, who recommended Ndidi as a viable target during recent discussions with the club hierarchy. Solskjaer was involved in talks over a possible return to Old Trafford as interim manager following Ruben Amorim's departure, while the board ultimately appointed Michael Carrick to lead the team until the end of the season. Now, during conversations with Manchester United's director of football, Justin Wilcox, Solskjaer reportedly stressed the need for an additional defensive midfielder and suggested Ndidi as a player worth serious consideration. Now, this is where we wrap up a Business Day television news update this afternoon. Remember to always follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
increasingly we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you.
We're currently live here at the Balogun Market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some, is it government task force or what, that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occur. So before they come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes. Like
it take a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. This, if somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should.
This is Behind the Headlines, where we go behind the surface to analyze the deeper implications of the story. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we're highlighting Nigeria's electricity crisis, which has seen 5.3 million unmetered customers remain caught in the disco federal government standoff. Now, this afternoon, we will be unpacking the implications of this story with the writer of the story, Dipo Oladende, who's the head of BusinessDay's energy desk. He joins me this afternoon. Welcome to the show and Behind the Headlines, Dipo. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, Elizabeth, and thanks for having me.
I'm hoping you've been having a great day so far.
Yeah, I mean, hectic. The national grid is down, so I mean, it's two collapse in 2026 already. So, I mean, my sector is ever bustling. There's always something.
There's always something happening, and I think that's also what makes me really curious, because a lot of Nigerians want to know why we keep having this constant collapse of the national grid. As a matter of fact, it doesn't come as a surprise to anyone now when we see that announcement on X, where you just see the national grid that's collapsed. It's like, what have we not heard before? So why do we have this constant collapse?
So the way the grid runs, it's a very, very fragile national grid, right? So it's a centralized system. So what does a centralized system mean? It means that the fractures are holding the central. Anytime anything happens to any of the fractural parts of it, the entire thing collapses. So the fractured parts, we have like 8 or 9 different fractural parts. Anytime anything happens to any of these sectors or any part of it, the entire thing collapses. So what could happen to any of the sectors or any of the fragments of the national grid? Things like energy theft, things like lack of gas, things like fire incidents, things like all of these things. So once there is a side effect or once there is a problem with any of the GENCOs, it affects the entire system, and so the grid collapse. And these things some of them are beyond human error, really. No matter how careful you are, you can't, for instance, predict energy theft. You can't, for instance, predict fire incidents is a norm, especially when you are dealing with the power sector. So, which is why the conversations about do we really need a national grid in 2026? Should we focus more on boosting our decentralized national system, or should we have regional grids? So that even if something is happening to one grid in Sokoto, it doesn't have a multiplier effect on the entire national grid. So, I mean, these are the conversations that we keep having in the power sector, and we pray they will see the light of day.
Absolutely. And speaking about this event happening in the power sector, the one on our headlines today certainly caught our eyes. at Business Day Television, and that's why you're here today. We're talking about this current standoff between the discos and the federal government. 5.3 million unmetered customers. The federal government wants to give them free meters, but then obviously the discos are not hearing it. Talk to us about what has triggered this standoff.
Okay, so I think it was last Thursday where the minister was visiting some sites, some metering product that had just entered the country, and then the minister announced that meter should be free, that nobody should pay for installation.
Yeah.
Now that's the minister who represents the federal government. That's their point of view. For the discos, they are saying meter is not free. There's a cost to importing it. There's a cost to installation. Who bears these costs? If the disco are bearing the costs, then it's an additional cost on them, which would have a multiplier effect on their profit margin. So they are saying no, they can't bear the costs, that the consumer should bear the cost. So I think my view is they are looking at the same thing from different perspective, right? The discos sees meter like the same way your phone. You are moving from an iPhone 12 to iPhone 13. Who pays for the upgrade? The consumer, of course. While the federal government sees metering like your POS machine, right? Like metering is what the discos are using to ascertain the power consumption of each individual. So the federal government perspective is, look, meter is like your POS machine. When you go to use the ATM, you don't tell the POS woman does not tell you to come and pay for the POS machine, because they insist that, look, you bring your card, pay for, withdraw whatever money you need to withdraw, and then move ahead. And so that's the perspective of the federal government as well. But then again, the discos are hell bent on no, the customers need to pay. And so who would suffer for all of this? That's the 5.3 million yet to be metered Nigerians. So the total electricity customers we have in Nigeria is about 12.5. Out of this 12.5, about 6 point something have prepaid meter already. So the rest of them don't have. So this set of people would always be caught in between the disagreement between the federal government and then, of course, the discos.
Right, and talk to us about the financial implications for discos and government revenue if this has to come to light.
So again, my view is the long-term solution to Nigeria's power problem is 100% metering, right? Because metering would allow you to know your energy customers. Metering would solve the issue of energy thefts. With metering, you can properly account for the energy consumption of whoever you are trying to ask to pay 1 naira or 2 naira. Because if people are not metered, you come up with estimated billing of somebody using a mini flat, you probably ask the person to pay a ridiculous amount of money. The person would not want to pay, and the bills keeps piling, nobody is paying, and then before you know it, we are in a mess. So metering is a long-term solution, but then who bears the costs of that metering? In terms of the financial implication is the power sector would not be, nobody will invest if there's not enough metering, because you can't be investing into thin air. You need to invest in a market where, first of all, returns are guaranteed. First of all, you know the total amount of customers that you are going to be investing a certain amount of money in, so you can predict your returns at different points in time. But if these customers are unknown, how will you get your returns back, really? So the thing is, metering, like I said earlier, is a long-term solution. But again, the discussion about who pays for meter, I think it's going to be the federal government might decide to use its federal power and say, look, henceforth, discos are mandated to give out free meters to everyone. But then, will the federal government have the capacity to implement it? Because, of course, there will be a lot of discussion. Now there is a discussion about Band A services for most Nigerians. Every Nigerians most people on Band A are supposed to get 20 hours electricity a day. What the law says is if you don't get 20 hours electricity in 5 days, the disco is expected to downgrade you to Band B. But currently, as we speak, we'll find a lot of communities who are not getting the 20 hours per day, and nobody can. There's no enforcement on the disco's part to make sure that this is what the people are paying for, and then this is what they get. So if you come up with another law again and say, look, metering is a compulsory thing, it probably will never see the light of day, because again, people have always argued that government should reduce its interference and then let the forces of demand and supply dictate whoever should win in the market. So it's going to be a long one, but be here to report every bit of it.
Yeah, and I hear you when you talk about being here to report every bit of it. How does this dispute affect electricity billing fairness and even consumer trust?
Well, so metering is at the pain points of trust, because if you are, it's just, again, metering is like your mobile phone, right? So you pay for airtime and then you get airtime.
Yeah.
After you use them 2 minutes, 3 minutes, your mobile provider will tell you that you've consumed this amount of minutes and this is what you are paying for. That's the same thing about metering. Metering is allowing people know what they are consuming in terms of electricity. Even if you are going to bill me 1 million, let me know how you arrive at this 1 million. It's as simple as that. So metering is the central point of any reform you are achieving in the power sector. I mean, some would argue that a lot of discos are frustrating the metering program because they know the kind of amount of money they make from metering. I mean, that argument exists. There's also the argument that, look, majority of the discos don't want everybody metered, because if everybody is metered, it means there's more transparency and then there's more. But the point is, whatever reform the federal government is driving, if metering is not achieved, if we don't see 95 or 90% progress rate in terms of metering, I think we'll just keep running in circles, because you can't. The main aim really is to attract private investors. No private investor will invest in a market where there's no metering. So metering is the major central point of whatever reform we're having in the power sector. So the earlier the government and the discos can sit down and agree on, rather than, so you don't need to come to the pages of newspaper where federal government will say disco are paying for meter. Disco will go to the pages of newspaper to say no, federal government, they are not, the consumers should pay for meter. Everybody just needs to be in a room and let's sit down and say, look, who is paying for meter? Let them agree, come out with a consensus, and then tell everyone who is paying for metering. That's it.
And do we have any timelines, Deepo, for resolving this metering gap? If there are timelines, how realistic is the timeline?
So there's the World Bank $500 million metering program that's ought to have metered about 80% of electricity customers between I think it's about 2020 to 2030. I'm not quite sure of the timeline. So the point is, how close are we to meeting whatever timeline the government is setting? I'm not sure we are close. Why? Because if you look at metering, it's not a general problem. Some discos are actually making progress. The likes of Ikeja and Eko Disco have made significant progress in terms of metering. But the likes of Ibadan, for instance, is still struggling with metering. The discos who are controlling more than 2 or 3 states are struggling to, because first of all, they don't have the manpower to track all of these states. And so it's quite difficult. So, I mean, these are some of the challenges we are witnessing. And then there are some discos who are even saying that, look, even if we meter certain classes of people, they still would not pay for this power, because these people are among the poorest of the poor. Imagine metering a village that is in the obscure village where really power is not their major concern is feeding, really. So what's the point of metering people who won't even pay for meter in the first place? So some discos are prioritizing industrial feeders in their base, like saying, look, rather than metering everybody, let's prioritize people who are on the industrial scale. When we've made enough money from them, then we can give a second thought to metering the underserved or villages where they don't really need power. So again, there's a lot of challenges around metering. So our ability to meet those targets is the chances are slim, but then I think we can be optimistic that the government will move forward.
Optimism is something that we always like to talk about in Nigeria. The optimism, cautious optimism, all of that. But we talk about the risk that we could see if we see and estimate, a prolongment, if there's a word like that, to this estimated billing. Is there any risk that we could be experiencing, as the ones who are at the receiving end?
I think the long-term risk is ability to attract private investors. So how would you attract investors? Investor to a sector that you are yet to see any major significance, especially in the distribution level. Right, some of the discos are even being controlled by the banks because of bad loans or non-performing loans. So we are not seeing enough of investments in the distribution either in transmission, even the generating companies. It's been a while, maybe apart from the Azura project, for instance. It's been a while we've seen significant investment in generation companies. So the sector is in need of investments, really. And how will you attract investments if there is no guarantee that investors would get returns for money? So metering is being seen as the only way investors can get return for money across the value chain. So, that's the basic, most important risks. Every other risk, things like energy theft would still be a problem. Things around loss of parts or things that are within our control really will continually be a problem. But I think investments is a major, major challenge.
For the power sector?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in closing now, talk to us about the policy or regulatory actions that could sustainably break this deadlock.
So in terms of policy, right, we have all the right policies in Nigeria. I think our biggest challenge maybe is how we implement some of these policies. For instance, there is a State Electricity Act that is moving in the right direction. There is also the growing attraction of renewables, which I talked about the last time I was here. So there's a lot of people have also having a conversation of, why must everybody be on the national grid in the first place? Shouldn't some people be off grid? Shouldn't people who have no business being on the grid not rely on the grid for their power? Why people who really need the grid should be there? So there's a lot of conversations around Nigeria's power sector. There's a lot of policies as well. I think what we need to do is implement even the policies we have. Let's make sure that the market is bankable. Let's make sure that we have an eye for bankable projects in Nigeria. Let's make sure that the market is not just costs reflective, but there's also a service delivery aspect of this market. I think if we're able to tick all of these boxes, we would scale significantly.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Deepa, for your time this afternoon on Behind the Headlines. It's really always lovely to hear behind the author of a story, and thank you so much for giving us your time this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
You've been watching Behind the Headlines right here on BusinessDay. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Elizabeth. Tomorrow, stay safe.